Hello.
A pleasant morning to everyone present here. We request you to please turn your cell phones to silent mode and join us to dwell in the learnings planned ahead. On behalf of the Symbiosis family, I, Kritika,
And I, Shubham.
take immense pride in welcoming you all to day 2 of the flagship event of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, the HR Summit 2023. HR Summit is the annual conclave of SIOM, which is a prestigious venue for business executives and HR professionals to exchange information, insights, and best practices in human resources. The HR Summit is intended to provide participants with a full and immersive experience, including keynote presentations, panel discussions, and networking opportunities. The event acts as a catalyst for intellectual debate, allowing attendees to obtain a better grasp of the changing HR market and upcoming market trends. SIOM continues to bridge the gap between academia and business by providing students with the information, skills, and networks needed to flourish in the ever-changing field of human resources.
The planet has a long history of adaptation, be it for a living or in the business sphere. Humans have clearly made decisions that have influenced our present. And with this thought in mind, we have gathered here today to highlight the importance of human resources in terms of agility, confirmation, and strategic decision-making in order to meet company requirements, trends and possibilities, technology improvement, and any unexpected occurrences. The reflexes that work together to promote organizational success and productivity include empowering and embracing. In order to embrace change, a culture that values creativity, learning, and adaptability must be promoted. It believes that HR specialists would promote openness and cultivate a culture of skill development that helps a firm get beyond a variety of transitional challenges. By encouraging growth, HR would actively get the company ready for a constantly shifting business environment.
And keeping that in mind, we would like to introduce our theme for the event: Pivot, Embrace Change, Empower Growth. We are thrilled to invite you to this incredible journey of HR specialists and enthusiasts. Clearly, the thing that's transforming is not the technology, it's the technology that is transforming you. That being said, I request the IT Infra team to please play the SIOM corporate video.
Disruptions to the globally interconnected value chains, whether due to the pandemic, geopolitical conflicts, natural calamities, inflation, or technological inventions, have forced business organizations to re-examine and reimagine the long-established practices. Businesses across the globe are busy accelerating their transformation initiatives to address the new age vulnerabilities. Most organizations foresee a significant shift in their supply chain strategies in response to the crisis. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, SIOM, Nashik, under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, is a forerunner in the field of operations and supply chain, fueling the operations and supply chain talent pool for the industry since 2005.
SIOM pulsates with the vision of empowering and leading operations management for industry excellence and community at large. Organizations' health and sustainability today depends exclusively on its supply chain efficiencies and resilience. And as a niche institute in operations management, we feel responsible towards it.
With almost 1.5 decades of meaningful existence as India's pioneering institute offering MBA in operations, SIOM is synonymous to an operational excellence hub today. Augmenting industry requirements in response to the pandemic, SIOM's operations excellence integrates its expertise with the technology levers required to build a supply chain resilience in automation, robotics, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence in building the necessary skill sets in these areas.
Our flagship program, that's MBA in Operations Management, has an industry-acclaimed curriculum, a very high project content where students get an opportunity to learn in an experiential manner. This program is also collaborated with industry for its various courses like Six Sigma, project management, and many others.
Students take on live projects ranging from resource optimization, waste reductions, supply chain strategies, procurement and material handling, logistics network design, contingency planning, order fulfillment, inventory management, forecasting, supply and demand planning, and many more. Designed specifically for engineers, the dynamically curated MBA Operations Management Program course enables students to meet the updated industry competencies and capabilities, settling the needs of diverse sectors of the economy and grab lucrative profiles. We proudly appreciate our association with companies for campus placements, SAPs, and live projects. To extend its expertise to sectorial requirements and fill the void of operations professionals in the agribusiness sector. Exploiting its strategic location base at Nashik, SIOM launched an unparalleled MBA in Agri Operations in 2022, crafted to equip students with a comprehensive understanding, expertise in various aspects of the aggressively growing agritech and agribusiness operations. The carefully constructed curriculum addresses the competency and skill needs in the agri-operations field. Our holistic and multidisciplinary approach for students' learning includes technical expertise, leadership values, and social sensibility initiatives, resulting in ever-growing credibility amongst corporate recruiters. Industry interface is strategically woven with each endeavor, be it admissions, guest lectures, projects, internships, flagship event the hrsummit, consulting conclave, e-talks, mega cultural fest Drishti, TEDx, Spundan Day, and Operation Summit. SIOM confers the Operations Excellence Championship OPEX Champion title every year to the best industry performers in operations. SIOM provides customized certifications and training programs.
SIOM is one-stop shop for everything related to operations management, may it be projects, consultancy, knowledge sharing, and many others. I invite you to collaborate with us. Come, let's engage.
Moving ahead, allow us to introduce to you Dr. Yashomandira Kherde, Faculty Mentor of HR Summit 2023. It's an absolute honor to introduce Dr. Yashomandira Kherde, our pillar of support throughout this event. She's an assistant professor and the head of the corporate relations at SIOM. With 10 years of leadership experience in shaping organizational functioning in the financial domain, with a doctorate of philosophy in consumer behavior. She has over 12 years of enriched mentoring experience at SIOM and believes in community and social services. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. I believe the audience is as excited as we are to hear from you. Please do the honor with your presence. Ma'am, the stage is all yours.
What a beautiful day to witness the industry stalwarts settling an aura and disseminating the vitals of network with the young and energetic SIM students and the delegate present today here. A warm welcome to everybody. Good morning, Vandana ma'am. I think my colleagues are yet to come. To all the speakers who have come here for the event of day 2, all the delegates who are here, my colleagues and SIM students, a very good morning. If being honest had a reward, I would said it loudly that this is the season of the year where we are connecting the dots between the academia and the industry. And as a faculty mentor, I truly feel blessed and humbled for this. If we look at the agenda 2, day 2 of HR Summit, what it has to offer, it is surely going to be a treat for all of us. Through the insightful conversations the speakers are going to share with us, along with the networking, what is in store. This is a surreal of this event being driven with plethora of the industry experts and the enthusiast as a learner from the industry leaders who actually come here to exemplify the culture of operations excellence at Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management. At SIOM, we practice to make our students susceptible to the learnings of what the HR Summit has to offer year on year. The way the industry has adopted to the evolution of automation and artificial intelligence, there are specific skills that will always have their stories, and human resource is one of them. Right from the industry evolution to the pandemic we had 2 years back, the roles of HR leaders could not be summed up in the words if we talk about driving the success and the productivity to their organizations. And what a great day we have to talk about leadership when such industry stalwarts and adaptive leaders are here in this arena, present with us, going to share their success stories. Let's have a massive round of applause to all these industry practitioners present here for accepting our invite and allowing us to share a very common platform. Gratitude from our heart. When we speak to our alums about their transitions to the notable positions they have in their organizations, they always share with us how HR Summit has framed their mindset for adapting their work ethics during their start of their career. So what more options do we have than being proud of their success? Pivotal is just not a theme for Nashik chapter of HR Summit 2023, but an attempt for all our delegates and SIM students to learn the right skills that the leaders, from these leaders who have actually were once the learners. I understand, assent, when we give a proper skill set back to these future leaders. And if you see, I've just mentioned both the themes of our Nashik and Delhi League of HR Summit 2023. The only motivation behind to organize this event to the delegates who attend year on year and to the SIM students is that they are being nurtured within proper amalgamation of technology and human intelligence. So I could be happier and more excited if because we still have a day at Nashik and a day at Delhi League, HR Summit 2023, which has plethora of experiences and stories going to be shared by our speakers. So happy learning to all of us and happy networking. So let's dare to be different and make the difference. With that note, I hand it over to the dais to Shubham and Kritika. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for motivating us throughout the event and sharing with us how the HR Summit has evolved year after year. Your insightful speech truly sets the tone for the day. HR Summit 2023 would not have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors.
Skoda, our official title sponsor. AMT Group, our official co-title sponsor. Amul, our official refreshment partner. Royal Enfield, our official automotive partner. Baidyanath, our official gifting partner.
Maharashtra Times, our official Marathi news partner. Budhani Bros, our official snacking partner. Safe Express, our official supply chain partner. Radio Vishwas, our official radio partner. Brewing Tales, our official food partner. Radhika Herbal, our official beauty partner.
99 Pancakes, our official snacking partner. Outlook, our official magazine partner. Mojoko, our official drinks partner. Clovia, our official beauty partner. The People Management, our official HR media partner.
Startup Talkie, our official media partner. Unstop, our official outreach partner. Magic Dust, our official gifting partner. DU Beat, our official media partner. Ishkia, our official global knowledge partner. And Noah Fest, our official event listing partner. Big thanks to our amazing sponsors for making this event possible.
Without further ado, let us proceed with our first keynote address of the day. But before that, tell me one thing, Kritika. What is your goal in life?
I just want to be successful and happy, Shubham. But I feel people from our generation hold a mistaken belief that there are shortcuts to climbing the ladder.
Exactly. And in order to burst the bubbles of myth and show us the reality, we would be having the session on the topic myth versus reality. We would like to call upon our first speaker of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Vijayendra Vats, Global Chief Human Resources Officer at Crystal Crop Protection Limited. Addressing the academics, Mr. Vijayendra is a notable alumnus of the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, and he has 26 years of experience in human resources functions in pharmaceutical and agrochemical sector. One unique thing about his profile is that he has worked on both the sides, commercial and human resources, across the Asia-Pacific region. He embarked on his career journey with Cipla Limited before transitioning to roles at Novartis, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, and MSD, before joining Crystal Crop Protection as the global CHRO.
Mr. Vijendra's expertise lies in handling mergers and acquisitions, change management, and leadership development. Apart from his corporate life, he has two interests, teaching and running. Mr. Vats has been a visiting faculty and board member for some of the top B schools, including NMIMS Mumbai and SPJN. He is a passionate runner who overcame his battle with diabetes, and he is a pacer for the country's top two marathons, Tata Mumbai Marathon and Airtel Delhi Marathon. It is our pleasure to have you on board, sir.
This I want.
The stage is all yours. Over to you.
Thank you so much. SIOM team, good morning. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank Dr. Vandana and team, Kritika, Ankita, who has been kind of, with the rest of you guys, putting it together, thank you so much. Very honored to be here. And my session would essentially focus on what I always call as the practical piece. So you won't see much data on my slides. You would see no data on my slides, And I'm sure some of you must be silently smiling because your college kills you with data analysis, PowerPoints, right? So let me start with this, Okay, just to ensure you guys are awake, and I just loved one line which Kritika said. She said, I want to be successful and happy. And I think, that's one fundamental difference between, if I may say so, your generation and ours. As we were growing up, honestly speaking, not many of us actually thought when we started that this is what I want to achieve in my career. At least I did not have that goal. My goal was actually to go in armed forces and see what I'm doing. I did sales, I did marketing, managed P&L, human resources, right? Still discovering myself. But I think with your generation, what is extremely important is that you guys should be happy. Only that I would have stated differently vis-a-vis what Kritika said was, she said successful and happy. If I have to put it, I'll say happy and successful. Because if you guys are not happy, you'll just sit at home, You're not like my generation. Okay. An easy question for you, you all know there is something called as Lord Rama. Hello. Yeah. Who was Lord Rama's guru? Little louder. This fan is making your life difficult as well. Huh? Yeah. I don't know if you can switch it off for 5-7 minutes if that's possible, if that's not inconvenient. Yeah. Who was Lord Rama's guru? See, one of the speakers gave the answer, right? Vashishta. Any other answer? Even Vishwamitra, right? So, so he had Vashishta and he had Vishwamitra. What was the difference between both the teachers? Anyone? I want somebody from students to answer this one. Do we have a mic there, Kritika? If you can give a hand mic there, people can speak. Yes, somebody has raised hand.
Sir, Vishwamitra taught about how to use weapons and Vasisht taught about literature and science subjects.
Fantastic. Thank you. Give me a round of applause. So, if I have to put it more in management language, Vashishta was the formal teacher who used to go to the palace, teach him, right? The way you all went to school once upon a time, isn't it? Right? And Vishwamitra was this corporate teacher. And, once he completed his education, they were walking through a jungle. It was Vishwamitra and Ram. And still, his training was on. And Vishwamitra told him that you need to kill Tadka. And somewhere Lord Ram was not convinced. He said, I have been told not to raise hand or weapon on women. So, I cannot kill Tadka. And Ram was told by Vishwamitra that ultimately you are going to be the king. You are responsible for protecting the hermitage as well. And look what Tadka is doing. And Ram ended up killing Tadka. A few years later, another incident happened when they saw a huge stone in a jungle. Anybody recall what was that stone? Anyone? Yes, Ahilya, right? And Vishwamitra told Ram that you need to liberate Ahilya. And again, Ram had a different opinion. Lord Rama said that, she has been cursed to be a stone because she was found guilty and she pleaded guilty. So she should not be liberated. And to which Vishwamitra said that it is not that she did something wrong intentionally. She was actually tricked into it. And she needs to be given that opportunity and liberate Ahilya. So if you see both the examples, one thing which stands out is what one teacher taught became irrelevant at a different point of time. So whatever you learn here in your B school, right? In today's VUCA world, everything holds true in a context. You all will have your set of learnings, takeaways. Majority of them would be applicable. But my first message to all of you would be that going forward, be very open, of what you experience during your internships, first job for 6 months, right? Try and understand that whatever you learn here may not be exactly applicable in a context. Honestly speaking, today it is not even applicable across industries, which means in what you do in one company may or may not be very relevant, right? And I think that's where, all the esteemed speakers that we have, had yesterday, some of them want to speak today, the panel discussion, try and focus on the practical piece, their experiences, because that is something which books always may not cover. This is a very brief snapshot of agriculture industry, because I know we have a agri batch as well, a couple of second batch running now. So I thought I'll just give a little background of some of the top players in the industry, which are there. UPL, of course, you all would know. Syngenta is an offshoot of Novartis, PI, GARDA, BSF. And essentially, this industry in particular focuses on the farmer community, on crops, protection, seeds, and all that stuff. Just to give you a little idea, I'll not spend much time on this, but I'll only talk about two things, for Crystal. The first one is around the mission part. So Crystal is a 40-year-old organization where when we say that we want to be the most admired company, I'll tell you what has happened in 40 years. In first 37 years, we were ranked, I think, 39th in the country, and our business volume used to be around 800 crores. So 3 years back, we started the revamp of Crystal, that, we will have, acquisitions, mergers, we'll take brands, we'll innovate, right? And you must have heard, some of you who have worked before coming to SIOM must have heard, in company PPTs, that we will double the company next 3 years. We will double the company next 5 years. That's our corporate take goal, right? We have tripled the company in 3 years. In last 3 years, Crystal has gone from 800 crores to 2,500 crores. And today the company is ranked 7th in the industry. A very brief snapshot of, what we say FITEC values. I will not spend too much time on that. Somewhere or the other in your HR piece, you would have seen this. But I think two things which really stand out, out of these values, particularly for me. One is that family spirit which is there in the organization. Today, when the baton has been passed, it's run by the Mr. Ankur Agarwal, who's an alum of HBS, right? That's the kind of leader that we have. And I always say this in a lighter vein, that it took me 23-24 years to understand what empowerment means when I joined Crystal. We have doubled the manpower, tripled the business, right? And with best of professionals in the organization. Very briefly about how the crop cycle works. So any crop cycle basically, and some of the agri students will be able to relate a little bit more to it. We have essentially 3 components. We have seeds, for growing crops. We have crop protection, and finally we have farm equipments. So these are the 3 phases which are there in the crop cycle. And very briefly, the next slide captures about what Crystal is, 40 plus years, 70 plus brands, 7,000 distributors. Last year revenue was 2491. Currently, we have a private equity firm on board as well. So there is foreign investment in the company as well. Some of the best manufacturing facilities. But if you have to remember one thing from this slide, look at the R&D capabilities. We have 29 product patents filed. We have 28 approvals in patents. None of the companies that I showed you in one of the earlier slides has even more than 8 patents. We have 29 patents because our focus is more around excellence in process, research, and innovation. So this is a little glance about Crystal, and hopefully I get to see you guys a little later in the year, when we look at hiring for Crystal. A very brief snapshot of some of the things that have happened, some recent celebrations. This is going a little slower, by the way. Can you move it from there? Is it possible? Yeah, just one. Yeah. These are some of the areas where we hire at Crystal, marketing, research, finance, sales, data analytics, and HR. These are some of the areas that we hire from. if there are two areas that we are really focusing on to grow our business apart from the strategy on inorganic growth, two areas that we are focusing on right now, and because we have operations management here, so sometime back I was sitting with my supply chain head, and he was telling me, he was talking about the innovations that we've done for HR. So he said, how do I do this? I said, if I was in your place, I'll pick up a couple of bright students, give them a project for 2 months, ask them to study a Marico's supply chain model and come and implement at Crystal. I said, if you do only this year, we would be a far better organization because we are into manufacturing, we have plants, we have supply chain, right? But these are the kind of areas that we hire in. Recently, we have also set up a PMO team, where we have best of students from B schools, so some of the top B schools, and they are joining us as a part of the PMO team. Just before starting my session, when I was talking to Dr. Vandana, I was telling her when I was hiring my PMO, I said, don't get me somebody from HR because I got a 72 member team in HR and admin. I said, get me a non-HR person to drive the projects. So we hired somebody from Symbi. She is from SIBM, and she joined us as the PMO, and she's the marketing person, right? She'd worked for Byju's for 3 years. So imagine marketing, Byju sales for 3 years, doing project management now, and now she moves into marketing in April, right? So that's how we build up careers. There was not enough time, otherwise I would have spoken a little bit more about the management training program that we run. Perhaps one of the finest, I can assure you that it's a 2-year program, right? But that's a program that has been designed recently and will get launched from this year onwards. What you see on slide is an aeroplane. It's actually a real life story. This story comes from 2014. Yeah, 2014. I think 7th or 8th of January. So this is an Air India flight, which took off from Guwahati for Delhi. And typical Delhi weather in January, you have fog, there is not enough visibility and all that stuff, right? And at the end of the day, this flight was, I'll manage it from here. At the end of the day, the flight was not able to land. And at the last minute, the pilot was told that you need to divert the flight because the visibility is below 150 meters. This pilot diverted the flight to Jaipur. And by the time he reached Jaipur, the visibility was 0. And he was told you cannot land. And pilot was running short of fuel. But you know how our ATC works, right? They said, you cannot land now. And the pilot did not listen to their orders and he decided to land the flight. In 0 visibility, the gentleman landed the flight. 183 people on board landed safely. And I had called him in 2015 for one of our conferences, and I said, you spend time with the team, which is losing one of the biggest products because the patent is expiring. And I asked him a question, where did his session for us? I asked him a question that, when you can't see anything, how did you land the flight? He said, we face these situations day in and day out. He said, unfortunately, this has come in media. When I contacted him, I told him, would you speak to our people? Would you have time? He said, I have enough time because I saved 183 people. I have been suspended pending inquiry. He said, this will go for 1 year. So next 1 year, I am free to speak. And he spoke at our conference. And Captain Jalaj, who now happens to be a very, very dear friend of mine, he said something which has remained with me since 2015 when he spoke. He said, when I was landing the flight and the visibility was 0, he said, I don't know what others thought, but I did not think for a moment that I cannot land this flight. And then I asked him another stupid question. I said, from the window, typical layman question, could you see anything? He said, no. He said, I could not see anything. And he landed the flight. And the reason he attributed it to, he said, not for a moment I thought this flight cannot land. He said, because I was only thinking that I have responsibility of these 183 people with me, and I'm going to land this flight, right? So the message that I'm trying to share with you is, you will have obstacles, you will have ups and downs, but ultimately in your career, you are only as good as you think, right? So, when your internships are happening, when your final placements are happening, you would see those surprises. Some students whom you internally do not rate very highly will get a very good placement. Same would have happened with internships, right? I don't want you to even acknowledge that, right? But what I'm trying to share with you is, at the end of the day, always have that self-belief that whatever opportunity you got, good, bad. And in your generation, I have not seen many people who said, I got a good opportunity. Everybody says, I was destined to get something better than what I've got, right? That's the fire in your generation, right? Moving on to the next one, 4 or 5 points I'll spend a little time on. The first one, this remains a perennial debate, for your generation. And, when you're looking at JDs, and we at companies are also guilty of, really making the JDs look really, really good and out of the world, right? So I'll raise my hand for that. But always this debate happens, that, I want to get into a more strategic job. People would say, I want to get into a job which involves more decision making, right? Vis-a-vis some of the jobs which will just bring in pure execution. Fact of the matter is, very rarely you will get a job, when you step out of SIOM, this year, next year, depending on which year you are in, right? Which will be like hardcore strategy lead for the company. That job doesn't exist, right? Will you have an opportunity to be part of those projects? Yes. Will it involve execution? A lot of it. I was talking to your friends in the other campus last week, and somebody told me that, does your job involve operational work? I said 30% of it still. My job involves 30% operational work, right? So don't look for that perfect job that it will be high on strategy. I will be the go-to guy, right? Instead, be the guy who would, whatever your company gives, whatever your manager gives, right? You execute it so well. You execute it so well. The example that I was sharing for Rhea, who's my PMO, when we saw her, we found her to be very good. I didn't have a role in marketing at that point of time. I said, you come in the PMO, do well, and we move you into marketing, right? She's been there for 4 months and she's moving into marketing now, right? So at the end of the day, if you don't perform the current job well, it's very unlikely that you will get a desired job or the role that you want to do. It's very unlikely. I'm not saying it can't happen. It's also possible that you may get a good strategic job on day one, but the probability as per me is a little low. Then we also talk about this, a vertical and horizontal network. When we work in an organization, we always keep thinking that, our network within the vertical has to be good. Suppose, just as an example, suppose I'm a sales executive. I want to be very close to the national sales manager, the marketing head, the rest of the people, right? Is it important? It's extremely important. I think one skill that which SIOM will teach you as the number one skill when you pass out is actually your ability to network and connect with people, right? But we are in an era that when we look at these school students, when we look at hiring bright kids, our focus is on getting on people on board who can do a variety of roles. Of course, we hire specialists, somebody who's hardcore, on data, analytics. That does happen even now, right? But if you want to really, really grow in your career, it's extremely important for you to have the diverse skill set, right? Trust me, irrespective of what part of program that you are doing right now, 5-7 years down the line, when you guys will have your annual catch-up, some of you would be into a completely different domain because you realize this is something that I was destined to do. And a good career is one where you keep exploring, keep learning. Even all of the esteemed speakers, when you're here today, trust me, when we go back from here, today evening, we would have learned something from all of you as well, right? So build up that horizontal network where you can do multiple type of roles, projects. That's where the growth is going to come. At times, more so with MNCs in particular, because I spent 23 years there, the vertical structure is so restricted. It is so restricted that you don't grow. The only thing that you grow is in terms of salary. And 5-7 years down the line, the company also starts feeling that you're too high paid for the role that you do because your role did not change, right? Always this debate, and it is difficult to convince you all on this, the top performer versus the team player, right? Because everybody sitting here in the audience, some of you on the higher floors, right? All of you want to be the number one student here, the best one, the gold medalist, dean's list, whatever terms we use in the campus, right? But what is extremely important to be successful in corporate is always be that guy to play a second fiddle. That I'm okay as a team player. Most of the times, we are chasing excellence. I'm not saying don't chase excellence, but many times we are so number driven, we are so self driven that when company has to promote, when company has to give you another opportunity, company keeps wondering, hey, this is a fantastic individual contributor. Will he be able to manage a team? And more often than not, the reason is that you are a top performer, but you struggle to get along with people. You want to do the job the way it happens in MBA. You know, when you have a group project, somebody does research, somebody is putting the slides together, but everybody wants to make that presentation to Dr. Vandana, that she should know that I am the best thing which happened to this campus, right? But remember, all of them evaluating you, they understand who's doing what, and same happens in corporate as well. Does luck matter? Luck matters. Some of you might have already realized it, isn't it? When the placements were happening for internship, last year full-time placements when they happened, right? Internship in particular, you see a lot of surprises. There are companies, and I know companies and your placement team gives you a lot of time to prepare. At 1 o'clock in the morning, you are told your interview is at 2 o'clock. Rush, isn't it? So does luck matter? Luck matters. Luck matters a lot. But let me share an example with you that, you can make even luck happen, right? You heard of this guy called Harsha Bogle? Who is Harsha Bogle? What does he do? He's a sports broadcaster, right? And his education background is from Ahmedabad. And see what is pursued as career, right? This story is not about his career. This story is when he appeared for the final assessment at Ahmedabad, he did not get a letter. He did not get a call. In those days, it used to be, hard letter used to come, not emails and all and everything, right? And he told his father that, at least maybe I did not get selected, which is fine. But at least I deserved a rejection letter if I didn't get a selection letter. So his father said, focus on other colleges, wherever you get, that's okay. If you're not going to Ahmedabad. He said, no, I'm going to follow it up. And he called up the college, obviously on a landline. The first response he received was concerned person is not there. Call tomorrow. The next day he again called up. He said, this is my name. This is my roll number. I didn't get a call letter. And he said, if I'm not selected, at least can I get a rejection letter? And you know what he was told? That your call letter was sent. And you need to report to the campus. That is how actually Harsha Bogle made it to Ahmedabad campus. So he was not lucky. He was not lucky. He made his luck happen, right? So you may not be always lucky to get the best thing that you want on this planet, right? But even when you get into corporate, even when you get into an organization, right? You have to make your luck happen. Otherwise it doesn't work, right? So don't blame luck alone, right? Short term versus long term, both have their pluses and minuses, common sense subject. But my advice to you would be, rather than thinking, and I know your generation at times doesn't think, the way we think, but always think on a 2 to 3 year, maximum 5 year horizon. Don't think beyond that. At times, this year on Independence Day, I'm actually hosting a session for the company where the session is called Independence from Power of Overthinking, right? At times we all tend to overthink. So the moment you will get your placement, you will be like, 3 years mein ye bhi kharab ho jayega, 5 mein this will also go down the drain, 7 years down the line when I will look back, this person who went to BCG, this person went to Pidilite, he will get this salary. Don't do that. Think of next couple of years, do one hell of a job of whatever you are able to put your hand on when you leave the SIOM campus. And this is my final slide for the day. You see a pigeon there, So this story is about a sage, about a wise man, and he was known to be extremely knowledgeable. He was known for wisdom, and people said he can predict future. And there was this young kid, bright, a little naughty, who said, I can prove him wrong, that he has wisdom and he knows future. So he told the villagers that, I will ask him a question and I will prove he cannot predict future. And, the whole village gathered, and this boy, was holding the pigeon. The pigeon was obviously facing the boy. And, he asked the sage, he said, tell me, whether the pigeon is dead or whether the pigeon is alive. Because he was very clear that if he says the pigeon is dead, he will allow the pigeon to fly. And if he says the pigeon is alive, he'll crush the pigeon because he wanted to prove him wrong. But the sage was not known as a wise man without a reason. The sage said, my son, you are very bright. So I don't know whether the pigeon is dead or whether the pigeon is alive. He said, I don't know. But he said, I know one thing for sure, that the game is in your hands. So today, irrespective of where you go in your corporate journey, right, the game will always remain in your hands, right? So don't worry about what you get, but do such a good job with what you get that at the end of the day, it keeps you happy and makes you successful. So Kritika, I still maintain my sequence, right? Because if your generation is not happy, I doubt you guys will be successful. So people keep asking me what to choose. I always tell them, choose what makes you happy. Because if you guys are happy, you will do well as well. Yeah. Many thanks, for the opportunity. Pleasure interacting with you guys. Thank you. You want to take the questions now or later? Yeah, sure.
Request the delegates to now ask their questions with a raise of their hands.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
So this is Akshara Gushe from Operations Management Batch 2325. So thank you for the wonderful insights. So I would like to ask, what are the misconceptions or preconceived notions and new joinee or a seasoned employee can have about achieving success within the organizations, and how can these myths be addressed to have a more realistic and sustainable career growth?
I'm sorry, but I lost you in the initial part. You said something around preconceived notions. Will you, kind of repeat your question?
So what are the myths or some preconceived notion a new joinee or a seasoned employee can have to achieve success within
Okay,
the
fine.
organization?
Thank you. So just in case if his question was not clear to our friends at the back, he's saying when a new joiner comes in, what are some of the preconceived notions, that can be there. 2-3 things, happen. One is many a times, when new joiners are coming, they come with their own set of learnings, be it from campus, be it from the last job, be it from what the family briefed, right? So many a times they come with those vanilla fixed solutions, that this is something, if it happens, it is good, right? And if this is happening, it is not great. My suggestion in those cases always is that when you are entering an organization, it's always a good practice. It's always a good practice, right? To go with a blank mind, in the sense, be very open to it. Don't look at ready-made solutions or preconceived notions that this means this, And I'll, I happen to see Vishal, so I'll give you an example from manufacturing, right? We have formulations, we have tech manufacturing. And trust me, it is difficult to move a skill set or an individual from one plant, from one type to another, right? Because everybody comes with that mindset that, I come from tech, so I'm high-end, I understand process technology, formulations is like easy job. So only thing is, don't come with fixed solutions, come with an open mind. If you have doubts, ask questions. That is where you'll be able to come out of it, right? And second thing, which I always tell, particularly your generation, is don't try to go too fast. So when newcomers are coming, I know they're ambitious, they're energetic, they want to create the first impression and all that stuff, right? But don't try to go too fast. Focus a little bit more on absorbing and learning, and that's where you'll do well. Because if you go too fast, he spoke about preconceived notions, but in your case, people will have perceptions. This man is like this person is like this. That also doesn't help your career. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for your wonderful session. So my question is related to SME and MSME industry. So in India, major chunk is covered by them. So SME and MSME industry tend to hesitate to spend in HR systems. So, but for them, having a good HR system is a kind of myth. But in actual practice, it is very crucial to have a good HR. So what's your take on it, and what is industry's approach towards it?
I don't know whether I'm struggling because of eco or whatever. You spoke about HR systems and investment in HRMS and all, right?
SME and MSME industry.
Yeah. And repeat the question again. I don't know whether it's eco which is bothering me. Yeah.
Yeah. So SME and MSME industry don't think that having a good spending on HR system is that much important. But in actually, it is a very crucial aspect for organization. So what's industry's approach towards it? Because it's very important that to grow SME and MSME industry in India.
Fantastic question. That's a very good question, actually. So, even when you look at SME, MSME sector, I think today everybody realizes what you are saying in past, was it true? Yes. Is it true today also to an extent? Yes. But the reason everybody is today investing in HR systems, technology, and everything is very simple. That everybody is slowly trying to move from probably man to machine. That unconscious bias is there, that we need to move. And that is the reason, even when we look at talent from, I would not say smaller companies, but companies which will grow in future, right? We see companies having best of systems. Honestly speaking, few of the agrochemical companies which are way below us in terms of ranking and turnover in certain systems and all processes, HR systems, HRMS, they are actually far ahead of us, right? So slowly it is changing. Are we there? No, not really. And why it is changing? Also because of the pressure around your P&L, revenue, because everybody has to be productive today. Today we are in an era, when we look at manufacturing and we say per person, this is the output that we are looking at. When we look at supply chain, we say these are the kind of number of supplies, productivity, profit which has to come, right? So slowly we are moving there, but yes, still some distance to cover. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, sir. My name is Himalay Patel. I'm from batch OM 2325. Sir, as you mentioned about networking, I wanted to ask how a professional can enhance their horizontal network connection skills, as these aspects are sometimes more important than the vertical networking.
Fantastic. Give him a round of applause, actually, right? And I won't say that I will give you a tip, but I'll share something which has always worked for me in developing the horizontal network. More specifically, you develop horizontal network in two situations. One, when you are willing to do something, an assignment, a project, or any other work, which may or may not impact your remuneration, rating, and all those things. So are you willing to work that extra yard, extra mile, extra project without having any benefit? That's where you actually start developing the network, because at the end of the day, you work with different teams. They know you are there to help. It may or may not help you. And trust me, while it's very easy for me to stand here and say, do this, for you, it's very difficult. You'll say, I don't have time. It may not be of area of interest to me. But yeah, that's one way where you develop this particular network. The second aspect where you develop this network. So one is helping someone in the team, in the organization selflessly. That's one approach. Second is always also by reaching out to leaders, mentors, speaking to them, understanding, right, of what they do in their function. One change which I have seen in HR, at least in the last 4 or 5 years, is the importance of HR people understanding business has significantly gone up, right? So unless and until you understand what other functions do, you work with them, you take some of them as mentors, you bounce off your ideas with them, it won't. Because see, every day you can't go to somebody and say, because you want to build up the horizontal network, hey, listen, we have not spoken, so what do you do and everything, right? The conversation will end there. What next? Next is cross-functional projects, taking somebody as mentor, talking to people, bouncing off ideas with them. That's where over a period of time, you'll start developing your horizontal network. And when you are focusing on developing the horizontal network, please do not lose patience too fast. In the sense, I've been trying for 6 months, 1 year. I only know a couple of people, couple of senior people. It takes its own time. But over a period of time, you'll move from a skill to an art. Over a period of time, you will become like that at the end of the day, you will know the guy a little better, and it will start changing or impacting you as a professional as well, right? So those two approaches.
Good morning, sir. My name is Sagar. I'm from Agri Operation Batch 2325. So, sir, my question is, how does Crystal manage operation from farm to corporate, and what are the key points that you look to sustain yourself in the market?
Fantastic. So at least an agri student is asking a question around crystals. Okay, fantastic. So couple of things. I think our entire approach has been around 2-3 things. When I say from farm to corporate office, there are 3 pillars that we focus on. The first one, as I spoke on one of the slides, is around the entire R&D piece. Because the challenge that agrochemical industry has, which to a large extent pharma also has, is the influx of raw material from China at dirt cheap rate. That's a common problem, whether you say healthcare, pharma, agri, right? So one focus we keep is on innovation. If our innovation is very strong, 28 registrations we have, patents we have, right? If I have those many patents, the competition in market is far lesser because I can sell my product without competition. So that's one approach that we take. The second approach that we take, again from farm to corporate, also is doing what is relevant for the farmer, right? And the approach is to build a strategy that when a farmer thinks of a crop and a livelihood, he doesn't think beyond crystal. Now, that's the reason I showed crop cycle. A farmer's life has 3 pieces: seeds to sow, then crops need to be protected, and harvesting. We do all the 3 phases. So these are the 2 things that we do to touch farm to HO. There is one more thing that we do from HO to farms. We have made it mandatory for our people. This is the first month when we are doing it for all head office people to also work in farms. So all the people who are sitting in head office, right, including my own team, HO has about 26 people in HR, right? These people over till 15th of September, because right now our season is at its top, right? The season is at its top, and by God's grace, it has rained well this year, right? We have told all our HR employees also that 5 days in next 45 days, they need to spend in field when they will work with a sales rep, meet farmers, and do the job. So 2 approaches I told you, farm to corporate. The third one that I told you is corporate to farm. Yeah. Done.
Thank you, sir,
Thank you,
for
sir.
your insightful session.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
Please, sir. It is indeed a pleasure to have Mr. Bijendra Vats with us. We would now take a moment to felicitate him with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I would request Dr. Vandana Sunavne, Director at SIOM, to please join us on the dais to do the honors.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity. Really enjoyed it. No, it's okay. Perfectly fine. I'll be in field next week, so that's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors: Skoda, our official title sponsor; Magic Dust, our official gifting partner; Radhika Herbal, our official beauty partner; Baidyanath, our official gifting partner; Safe Express,
Thank you so much.
our official supply chain partner; Clovia, our official beauty partner; and Amul, our official refreshments partner. Let us have a massive round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We request you to please take your seats and grace us with your attentive presence for the insightful conversations ahead.
The refreshments are being served at your tables. Happy
networking.
Thank you.
Check.
How tall the trees, let's you and I step out to find how far we go. Let's you and I step out to find how far we go.
With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. How far we go, how deep the sea, step With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had lovely time networking with fellow guests. We hope you had fruitful discussions and expanded your network with like-minded individuals. We would first thank Kritika and Shubham for smoothly driving the event. This is your host, Nishita,
And Saurabh,
for the next part of the day. Saurabh, according to you, what does it take to be successful in life?
I feel one needs a mindset of a lifelong learner and a commitment to continuous personal and professional development through a proactive pursuit of knowledge and skill acquisition.
And with that thought in mind, we would like to call upon our next keynote of the day. The session will be on the topic, the mindset of lifelong learner. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Rohit Sharma. An eternal optimist, Mr. Rohit Sharma, who holds over 30 years of industry-rich experience, believes in the power of purpose. His passion lies in helping individuals discover their life's purpose and become better version of themselves each day. His passion lies by implementing strategic HR, change management, talent management, and leadership. His goal is to motivate outstanding individuals to accomplish the extraordinary.
Mr. Rohit holds an executive MBA focused on strategy, Finance, and Organizational Behavior from the esteemed Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. With his strong background in people operations, he remains committed to driving organizational success and employee engagement. Working as a head of HR services at Bayer, Mr. Rohit's strategic thinking has been instrumental in creating and implementing comprehensive HR processes covering hiring to employee exits. He established a data analytics group providing invaluable insights for the effective leveraging of human capital. As a master of change management, he successfully led transformative initiatives across the organization, generating significant cost benefits through efficient customer service migrations.
Mr. Sharma's impressive career spans diverse industries, including information technology, services, and manufacturing. With extensive global exposure to various HR functions and organizational effectiveness, he excels in large-scale transformations. It will be 25 minutes of keynote speech followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. Post the session, we would encourage the delegates to ask their questions with the raise of their hands. Without any further ado, I would now request Mr. Rohit Sharma to take over the stage and lead us to an exciting session ahead. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Am I audible? Thank you. So as Vijender started with Ramayana, let me also start with an episode from Indian mythology. I hope the new generation is aware of our scriptures, Mahabharata and Bhagavad Gita. So in Mahabharata, the most famous and talented archer was known as Arjun. And he was famous for his shooting across a flying bird, notwithstanding, not distracted by the trees beneath or clouds above. What he was famous for was his focus, right? Because only with the focus you can have such a massive aim. Cut to when in Kurukshetra, he reached the battlefield. He asked Krishna, Krishna, take me to the center of the battlefield. One side was Kauravas, other side was Pandavas. When he stood there, and he looked at the side of Kauravas' army, what did he see? Did he see targets or did he see something else? He saw families, friends, relatives, elders. And that's time he said to Krishna, Krishna, how can I be killing people that I love? And that's where the entire episode of Gita happened. What happened to a person who was famous for his focus? His vision expanded. Focus gave way to perspective. Attention gave way to awareness. So my intent for today is to make sure that we are able to shift from focus to perspective, from attention to awareness. I strongly believe that being exceptional is a choice. So being average is also a choice. My intent for today will be to nudge you a bit so that we can be exceptional, we can be better version of ourselves, because life is after all nothing but the choices that we make. With that, let me ask you a question as to when do you feel most engaged? When do you feel most engaged? Any replies?
Sir, when we are in front of exams, like when exams are coming, mostly are engaged.
Yeah, that's obviously there, but I'm looking for a more generic answer as to, obviously that's because you have a target at mind, right? You have to clear exams, you have to do best in your exams. But apart from that, have you generally observed when you are engaged, when you sort of lose sense of time, lose sense of whether you are thirsty, whether you are hungry?
When we are doing the things we love. That is the time we are most engaged.
Okay. So I'll come to that. I think there is one more hand there.
So, here, sir. So, when we can relate the things,
When we can?
when we are able to relate the things, so we feel more engaged.
So when we have a target in our mind and we are continuously working towards achieving that particular target, so then we are engaged.
So all of us, all of you who have given the answer have somehow reached it. But first of all, I want us to make sure that when we are engaged are not the times when we are relaxing, when we are at peace, or when we are passive. We are most engaged when our body and mind are stretched in a deliberate activity. It is not something that somebody has pushed you to do. In a deliberate activity that is meaningful and worthwhile. 3 parts to it, right? Body and mind is stretched, deliberate activity, meaningful and worthwhile. In positive psychology, this is called as a state of flow. This state of flow, what does it does is it balances your skill and the challenge at hand. It balances 2 of them. So let us just assume a imaginary graph where on y-axis you are putting challenge and on x-axis you are putting skill. So at some place, skill and challenge perfectly matches. This is something that is your comfort zone. Now what you do is you increase the challenge only by a delta and continue to do it. And it should be something that is meaningful to you. It should not be something you are doing for the sake of doing. You continue to do. That's the time all your energy, all your focus will be into it. And that's where you will be in that state of flow, right? What happens after some time is your skills will increase. That will become your now threshold skill. You again increase the skills for the size of challenge. That's how you attain mastery in any topic, in any subject, whether it is professional, whether it is personal. So how do we know as to whether what we are doing is a state of flow or not? We lose sense of time. Sense of time you also lose when you are looking at Instagram reels, right? You said, I will only look at for 5 minutes, but it is few hours. But that is, I will not call a state of flow because there is nothing worthwhile or meaningful being done out there, right? So you may lose sense of time there as well, but that's another thing. Another thing is that we have a very clear goal to achieve. That's why I'm using the words meaningful, worthwhile, having a purpose. There is a very clear goal to achieve. You also get your feedback, whether you are able to achieve the target, or is there something that you still need to continue to work upon. It is like sort of loss of consciousness. You are so involved in the topic, you are so involved with the subject that you lose sort of consciousness. You are too much engrossed in it. Focused attention. And that's why I'm saying there should not be any distractions at that point in time. So you are able to just focus on that. So whenever you are looking to do something meaningful, worthwhile, try achieving a state of flow, because that's how achieving a state of flow increases your mastery, increases your expertise, increases your skills, and takes you further closer to your aspiration. So now I've set the context in terms of our focus. Now let me expand the vision and talk about perspective as to where this focus will come handy. Let me ask another question. What do you mean by personal development? What is personal development to you?
So being better than you were yesterday.
Being better than you were yesterday. It can be into so many different things, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, constantly evolving.
Evolving. Let's get a bit down. Let's not get into the 25,000-30,000 feet level. Let's talk maybe closer to ground, maybe 10,000 feet level. Let's break it down. That's what I want to mean.
Learning something new.
Learning something new. Okay. So personal development for me is what I call as inner work, because I am working with myself. I am trying to look deep inside me, trying to understand what are the areas that I need to improve upon. And we'll get into those areas in a few minutes. What are the areas that I need to? It's a very personal thing to me, right? It's a very personal thing. Looking inwards, looking as to what are the things that I need to improve upon, prioritizing, etc. Whenever I ask people what does personal development means, whether it is people who have just joined organization, middle management, even to senior management, the answer I get mostly is next job, next posting, very, very tangible measure of their development. But personal development is much, much more than career development. And most of the time we get frustrated with our efforts because we are not able to look at development holistically. We say to ourselves, I am putting my best of effort. I am doing whatever I am supposed to do. But why I'm not getting what I am getting? Why is there something, and we get frustrated? So here are certain things that we need to look at so that we don't get into that frustration. So there are, and obviously when we are talking of personal development, it is very difficult not to talk about Maslow's hierarchy. I hope everybody has heard about it, right? We start with basic and we go up to self-actualization. So in the stage when we are saying that we are self-actualized, what we have achieved is self-awareness, self-realization, confidence, and personal growth. These are the things that make you get to that self-realization. And as you can see, that personal growth is still very much a part of self-realization. So let's break down as to what the development actually means. So development starts, and most commonly used is mental development. It is exercising your brains, extending the capacity of your brains. I think that's where our definition of personal development generally stops. So when we are looking at mental development, it can come through courses, it can come through trainings, coaching, mentoring, sessions like this, etc. What we are trying to do is we are trying to increase our mental capability. And of course, this is a very important part of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that this is not important. This is very important because it, again, and I'll be talking very comprehensively about self-awareness. And I'll come to as to why I'm talking about, because it helps us being self-aware. It helps us develop skills, capabilities, etc. So mental development is very important, no doubt about it. But what about the rest? And now we'll talk about what the rest of development is. Second is social. Your personal development cannot happen in isolation. It is not an isolated pursuit. Even if you are working as an individual contributor, you will have to deal with people. You will have to look at relationship management, right? You have to talk about different kind of things as to how you get work done, how do you deliver the work, etc. So it becomes very important to look at social development, and social development helps us with the skills like communication, problem solving, most importantly, giving and taking feedback. That's a skill that most of us lack, right? As to how to give and how to take feedback. Social skills help us, social development help us acquire those skills. Then there is emotional development. Emotional development, you can equate it with emotional quotient that we talk about. There is a lot of debate between IQ is better or emotional EQ is better. Simply put, we can talk about it as understanding yours and other feelings. But the main crux is, do you understand how those feelings make you act?
how those feelings make you think. Karma is your action, thoughts, and feelings. So how your emotional quotient, how your emotional development impacts your karma, that becomes very important. Then physical, I think all of us are now a lot of physical activity, gym, etc., etc. So all of us understand. I don't think there is a lot to debate about that. And a physical body is a healthy body is a house for healthy mind. Lastly, but more, I listen more, not most, but importantly, it is your spiritual development. And by spiritual, I doesn't mean religious. Spiritual is much more than being religious. So by spiritual, I mean that we need to have some purpose which is beyond whatever we are working in terms of our specific lives, our families, etc. And how are we working towards it? Are we looking at some meaning in life? In Hindi, we call it as adhyatma, right? So are we looking at that? If you are just working on one aspect of development and you are not looking at others, you will be missing out on a lot. You will be keep working on mental development, and then you will find that the cogs are not fitting in together. Because what happened, personal development is your holistic development, and it doesn't discriminate whether it shows in your professional life or personal life. You need to be successful at both, right? So we were talking about networking, etc. Networking doesn't happen in an organization only. Networking happens outside the organization as well. So we have to look at all these aspects of development: mental, social, emotional, physical, spiritual. Now, how we go about doing it. It is not nothing new that I'm talking about, but how we go about doing it. First thing, again, I spoke about is self-awareness, reflection. When I speak a lot about reflection, some of my colleagues haven't come and asked, Rohit, you speak about reflection, but how do we do reflection? Because now we are losing that power to do reflection ourselves. So that's topic for another time, but looking at ourselves, doing that introspection, looking at as to what you need to work upon and prioritizing. Secondly, when I'm talking of personal development, it is your individual personal development, but it doesn't mean that you will have to do it alone. Get a coach, get a mentor, and work with him or her to create a plan. At different stages, different phases of life, you can have different coach or mentor, but I cannot stress enough the importance of having a coach or mentor. Create a plan. Creating a plan is just one step. Consistency is what matters. Consistency always triumphs more than the talent, right? So be consistent. Get accountability partner. Someone to you are accountable for, your friend, family, etc., who is on the similar kind of a journey. Get them be your accountability partner. Most importantly, be honest with yourself. Be honest about the progress. You can fool the entire world, but please don't fool yourselves. That is very dangerous. And once you start fooling yourself, you will get into that habit. So please, please don't fool yourself. Be honest with yourself. Now, how does it help us? We have spoken about, there are so many things about comfort zone. And as we were looking, when we were looking at challenge versus skill, the inner work that you do helps you come out of your comfort zone. It stretches you always. It never leaves you in the comfort zone for long. And the thing with comfort zone is once you get into it, you will never know as to how years have passed. So it is such an addictive thing. It helps you build strength. It is not only working your weaknesses, but it is also helping you build strengths. Once you have achieved a certain level of mastery, then it becomes your strength. It is no longer an opportunity area. Thirdly, it increases your confidence. When I have achieved a mastery on something, then I become confident about that topic. I become confident of coming here and talking to all of you. Fourthly, it increases your self-awareness. When we are talking of self-awareness, it helps us reflect. It helps us be honest with ourselves. It helps us stay grounded. Now widening the perspective more and going back to the mythology. So when Brahma created the world, the goddess that appears was Saraswati. When Vishnu has to sustain the world, he created the goddess called Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth. And when Shiva has to destroy the world, the goddess that appears is Shakti, the goddess of power. Most of us in our lives, we are chasing Lakshmi, right? We are after money because we want better package, bigger car, bigger house, and that's what we keep on doing it. We work very hard for it. But how do we get there? How do we get there? So in Indian mythology, there is a place called Vaikunt. And the specialty of that place is that that's a place where Saraswati resides and Lakshmi follows. Otherwise, everywhere you are chasing the Lakshmi, that's the only place where Lakshmi follows. So we should aspire to be a place where we are able to have Lakshmi follow us, and that can only be done by acquiring more and more knowledge, acquiring Saraswati. Because when you have knowledge, you have ideas, innovation, and inspiration. Insights you get by knowledge gets you into a systematic transformation. And we should always be, no matter at what age, what level, etc. we are, we should be in constant lookout for wisdom within ourselves and from others. Because if the learning stops, winning stops. Seek na band, to jeet na band. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Have I bored you too much, or there is absolute silence in the audience?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm Prateek Deshmukh from OM 2224 batch. Thank you so much for such an insightful session. And my question revolves around the concepts of self-actualization and realization. And there is a concept called industry hopping, where one actually uproots themselves from a particular industry after working in that industry for some time and then changes it altogether. So I would like to know your insights about this mindset. Is the culmination of learning and always realizing things while you're working, is it always taking action, or you should sometimes hold yourself back and realize yourself in that particular job only?
I got that you are asking about self-realization, but can you be a bit more clear with the question?
So my question revolves around a concept called industry hopping, where one suddenly decides to uproot themselves from one industry to switch to other.
Industry hopping is also called as pivoting, right? The
yes, sir.
Title of your this event.
Yes, sir.
So I don't call it industry hopping per se, right? If you might have seen my profile, you will say I am a very frequent industry hopper, but that's not it is, right? See, what happens is life happens. Now today, with whatever information, knowledge that you have decided that you are going to do this course, you are going to pursue your career in this field. After doing this, you get onto a industry, you start working there, etc. You find that there are new things happening. Depending upon the organization they are working, you will find different micro economical things that are happening and macro events that are happening, right?
Yes.
You might be given some totally different opportunities which you might find interesting, and you might be, and you will feel that when organization is willing to give me that chance, what is the harm in testing it, or what is the harm in trying that thing out? You go for that and you find that this is much more to your liking, this much more suits your skill sets, and then you go towards it. So there is nothing wrong or right about it. It's all about your willingness to take chances, your willingness to keep on exploring yourself. So that's why I'm saying never restrict yourself. Exploring yourself and wherever life takes, right? That's the entire fun of this life. Right? So that's why I keep on telling everybody that when people ask me why have you changed from engineering to IT to HR, etc., only answer I have is मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir here. Hello, sir. First of all, very good afternoon, and thank you for such insightful session. My name is Piyush Gaikwad, and I am from 25 batch. Sir, this topic is very close to me as it is very learning purpose of the life. So my question to you is that we all know it is evident that upscaling or life learning purpose, it's very pivotal. But could you share some experiences of innovative upskilling programs that bridges the gap between existing employee competitions?
I didn't get the question.
It is evident that upscaling or the lifelong learning is pivotal. But could you share some examples of innovative upskilling programs that bridges the gap between the existing employees' expertise and the dynamic skills that are required in the emerging roles?
See, again, what also happens is when we are talking of upskilling, right?
Yes, sir.
We look at technical skills there, which I would talk about as mental development. But there are a lot of, and I hate the word when we call it as soft skills. There is nothing soft about that. Rather, they are more difficult to get than your technical skills, right? Because those, like I was talking about emotional development. Some of these things come with experience, right? You have to be thrown under the bus to understand as to how does it look like, right? So even organizations, they focus on technical expertise skills. But rest of the thing, most of the organization does, but some do in a very focused way, some doesn't do in very focused way. And that's where the skill gap come across. So when we are even, but that is up to us, right? We cannot leave our development to the organization. Organization and a manager are there to help us, but we are in the driving seat. We should not let somebody else drive the car of our lives, right? We should be holding the steering wheels. So we need to understand as to where we want to go, what are the skills that we need to do, develop, etc., and what assistant my organization can give in terms of technical skills, in terms of other skills. When we spoke about cross-functional projects, it increases your social skills as well, right? Because you are dealing with people who are not working regularly with. So that is also an element of unknown there. So all those things also we need to look at, and there is no definite answer as to whether to bring the talent within the organization or buy it from outside. There will always be a mix.
Thank you so much for the clarifications.
Mic check. Thank you, sir, for addressing all our queries. It gives a new perspective to our thoughts. Let me take this opportunity to thank our audience for their brilliant and thoughtful questions. It's an absolute pleasure to host Mr. Rohit Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Dr. Ratna Paluri, Deputy Director SIOM, to join us on the stage to felicitate Mr. Sharma with a memento as a token of our gratitude.
We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, Skoda, our official title sponsors, Radhika Herbal, our official beauty partner, Baidyanath, our official gifting partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Clovia, our official beauty partner, Amul, our official refreshment partner, Magic Dust, our official gifting partner.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We request you to please take your seats and grace us with your attentive presence for the insightful conversations ahead.
Let us proceed further with our next exciting, knowledgeable event of the day, the panel discussion. But before that, tell me one thing, Saurabh. What do you do when you want instant answers to your questions?
I look up to my virtual mentor.
Well, who is this mentor?
It is none other than Google.
Technology plays such an important role in our lives, enabling a human mind to become smarter. Having said that, let me introduce to the topic of the panel discussion. Okay, Google, navigate the human element. This concept advocates blending technology with the human element in the workplace, leveraging advanced HR tech to cultivate meaningful connections. It aims to explore HR's digital journey, unleashing the full potential of the workforce and fostering a diverse organizational culture with enhanced innovation, adaptability, skills, market reach, and resilience. We are pleased and honored to introduce our esteemed panel speaker, the illustrious Mr. Vishal Sharma. With the remarkable tenure of over 2 decades in HR leadership, Mr. Sharma currently holds the distinguished position of Global Head of HR at Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. His journey includes notable and influential roles at prestigious organizations such as Aditya Birla Chemicals and JSW, contributing to the development of his unparalleled expertise across diverse sectors, including banking, pharmaceuticals, services, and manufacturing.
Mr. Sharma's strategic people initiatives have consistently driven long-term growth and sustainability, making him a visionary in the field. His global approach, acquired through extensive work across continents, including Asia, Europe, the Middle East, and the Americas, enables him to collaborate seamlessly with business leaders and CEOs, consistently delivering impactful and transformative results. Today, we have the immense privilege of gaining wisdom from Mr. Sharma's vast reservoir of knowledge. His visionary insights into HR practices and his proficiency in building sustainable organizations are certain to leave an enduring and inspiring impact on all of us. Let us welcome Mr. Sharma with a resounding round of applause as we commence the highly enriching discussions ahead. It is a pleasure to have you with us, sir.
Moving ahead, I take immense pleasure in announcing the second panelist of the day, Ms. Aarti Raghava. Ms. Aarti Raghava is a hospitality industry veteran with more than 2 decades of operational and HR business experience in hotels and aviation. She is currently the HR business partner at Emirates, heading the human resource operations for India and Bangladesh.
In her last role as Area Director of Human Resources South Asia with Marriott International, she had oversight of 35 plus hotels across geographies of North India, Bhutan, and Nepal. She spent 13 plus years with Marriott, and few of her key accomplishments are pertaining to organizational capabilities, diversity and inclusion, talent acquisition, talent development, human capital planning, and pre-opening hotels. In her hotel tenure, she gained experience in India and Australia at brands such as Marriott, Park Plaza, Radisson, Novotel, and iconic Sydney Opera House in earlier part of her career.
She is an alumnus of University of Technology, Sydney, Australia, where she obtained her MBA, a graduate in hotel management from NIHM and AN Jaipur, and holds a degree of Bachelor's of Arts. She adorns many hats, and to highlight a few, in her free time, she likes to blog called Spirits and Tonics, public speaking, and is as passionate about painting as she is about writing. We are honored to have you on board, ma'am. Last but not the least, our third panelist of the day, Mr. Arvind Warrior. Mr. Arvind is a distinguished HR leader and leads currently as an HR business partner at Volvo. With over 18 years of professional experience spanning various sectors such as information technology, manufacturing, and pharmaceuticals, he has consistently demonstrated his expertise while leading both multinational corporations and Indian companies.
As an HR specialist, Mr. Arvind's expertise includes business partnering, organizational development, talent management, employee engagement, talent acquisition, learning and development, leadership development, and HR audit. He plays a pivotal role in deploying HR frameworks, ensuring optimal operations and fostering growth. His passion for continuous learning is evident as he embraces personal development while coaching and developing his teams and extended colleagues. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Mr. Arvind is an esteemed motivational speaker, inspiring others with his insights. He also contributes his valuable perspectives to academia, serving as an advisory member for leading business schools across India. It is a pleasure to have you with us, sir. We share a warm welcome to all our panelists.
To maintain a transactional flow throughout the panel discussion, I request Dr. Yashu Mandira, Assistant Professor and Head of Corporate Relations at SIOM, to join the panel as the moderator. A warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
The panel discussion will be for 40 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for Q&A. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Delegates, speakers, and my panel members for this panel named as OK Google Navigate the Human Element. I think it's all around. Google is someone who comes for all of us support. Just to set the tone on what we are going to discuss today is, it's an idea that explores the fusion of technology and human aspect at the workplace. To discover what exactly is the advancement in HR domain while nurturing the human connections. So this whole panel discussions, we are going to revolve around it. So what I have done is to explore the HR's journey in this digital age and to unlock the full potential of our workforce or your workforce at your organization. I've come up with some questions to be asked to each one of you. And then we open up, post our discussion, we open it to the forum where they can ask questions to the panel members. We just request the audience to note down the question, and then any specific panel member would you like to ask can name it, or you can share with us whether it's a common question.
Sorry, before we begin, can I just thank the director of the institute, Vandana ma'am, and you to having us here. I think it's a pleasure to share our experience and knowledge with the people who are going to be the future leaders of the corporate world or the organizations is forward. And it's a strange topic because we are human beings and we are trying to think about ways how to keep ourselves relevant in future. So it's a very interesting topic and quite relevant for these days. So thank you for making us part of this conversation.
Thank you so much, Aarti. So I just start the first question to you. When we talk about the human element, it states that human behave the way they want to do, right? So human behavior when added to technology it has a very different approach to solve the problem, right? So as a seasoned corporate leader, how do you see this transformation of human behavior with the evidence of the technology use?
Okay, I think it's the most basic question. And to answer the question, I think we first need to establish, and I think everybody in the room will agree. Are you guys all able to hear us, or is there an echo? Can you show me a thumbs up? Okay,
Yes.
great.
Very nice.
So technology has impacted our life in all aspects: how we socialize, how we work, how we gain knowledge, and I think how we consume information and we disperse information. Everything is now seeing the change and transformation with the impact of technology. So for it to become and come into our workforce is quite natural. It's the different mix of generation that we have in the organization right now, from baby boomers and maybe people before that, and with Gen Z, and maybe there's a new name which I don't know. Maybe the room will know what is the new name that has been tagged to the generation born in the current years. I think it's become evident that we can't avoid it. We need to embrace this change. We need to empower us so that the technology work for us rather than we working for the technology, because I think one of the speakers highlighted this point as well, that in organization, we need to be very mindful how we are managing our workforce, because we have every person being impacted by the technology in different manner. Obviously, it's choices that they are making, how they interact and socialize when they come into a workforce from when they come from technology. Like many of you will relate to this scene that I'm going to paint right now. Imagine you are with your family, you know, with your grandparents, with your parents, with your siblings, your friends, your niece, your nephews. Everybody's in a restaurant having a meal. And there are 10 people sitting on the table of different age group. How many of them do you think will be looking at the phone?
Most everybody.
I think all of them,
Everybody.
right? I have a picture of my son where he and I are having lunch, and he's continuously looking at the phone despite of me making a request to him that, can you please look at me while we are in the restaurant? It looks odd, right? Because I'm looking at the server, I'm looking at the menu, I'm looking at the people sitting next door, and he's continuously looking at the phone. So this is the generation which is coming into our workforce. And some of our senior citizens will also, with full respect, take the cake when it comes to embracing technology. I think my dad is one of them. He's consistently on Facebook. If I post something, he'll be the first one to react to my post, right? So this is a generation which is in the workforce. So it's very important that we acknowledge and we create our policies, practices, initiatives, and onboarding. The entire life cycle needs to be cognizant of the kind of workforce that we are working with. If we are going to have a policy not to carry your phone at the shop floor, I think half the workforce is going to either quit or die of a heart attack. So, you know, there are still organizations which have very traditional way of working, and maybe it's relevant for the job that they do, that they don't have distraction on the phone. In education system as well, when you have virtual classes, how do you control people not looking down at the screen and really looking up, right? So I think it kind of impacts everything. So as operational leaders and as HR leaders, we need to be keeping this in the forefront while we are talking in the boardrooms and creating policies and transformation and trying to make their life easy, or reward them, or recognize them, or train them. So I think it touches all aspects of the life. I hope I was able to answer your questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aarti. Moving to you, Vishal. Since we are talking about the search engine that has transformed our lives, the technology advancements have brought changes that have automated a lot of human tasks. So as a corporate leader, what characteristics are essential while adapting a new technology at work?
Thank you. And it's a very good question to start with. So when we go for technology adoption, first thing which happens is that we have a business case. What does not happen is that we do not have an employee case. So we need to have both business case and employee case, because that's where the employees would use your technology. And the second is, we do not communicate the need for implementing a new technology. Why we are doing that? Okay, it's a new one or it's a better one over the existing one. So that is the second point which we should be taking care. Third, we do create a lot of hype around the benefit of the new technology. And that's where the lot of mess happens. I have been part of many implementation from SAP to Remco to PeopleSoft. And I realized that the hype is not there. Either we are restricted to, no, we will do only module 1 this time, right? Module 2 would be after 2 years, which never happens, right? So rather than creating that hype, we need to promote that kind of usage of the technology, that everybody should be doing that. Most of the people, if they are not spoken to, they would still go to their old ways of using a process. Now, you have not communicated enough, you have not made an employee case, you have not talked about why this technology, and you would live in fool's paradise if you expect a different outcome. So there are few safeguards you need to take care. And also, at bottom line, let's say if I am going to use or implement a particular system, if I have a day job, can I do that? I cannot. But if I'm taken out of my day job and given a leader of implementation this, I'm worried. What will happen after 2 years to my existing role? Now, if organization does not have a people case, then this poor guy neither is there nor there, right? So if my organization ensures that there is enough mobility after you have finished this project, come back. Or we will give you a suitable role available, which meets your experience and whatever you have, right? I have seen in cases where the poor guy didn't know what to do after 2 years. And he was floating around in the organization, finally resigned. So some safeguards we need to take care, and we need to please communicate a lot why we are doing, not create a hype around and then it goes absolutely sideways. I hope I could answer your question.
Yes, thank you so much, Vishal. Moving on to my question to you, Arvind. A corporate culture with a blending of human-centric approach drives the employee satisfaction. Yeah, considering the fluctuation of demand across the employees, how do the HR leaders manage to make an employee-centric approach, for a better talent retention at the workplace?
Good afternoon. So very good afternoon to all my leaders, dreamers and thinkers. And big thanks to SIOM for hosting me. That's one piece. Second piece, most important, always tomorrow as leaders, you should occupy the last seat here and have a negotiation with the moderator, because you can steal ideas from the others, okay? So thanks to Aarti and Vishal, I've stolen their ideas also. Before I answer your question. Most important piece when you're looking at a culture, I actually was, when this question was posed, I was just thinking there are 3 elements to the whole thing. If you happen to create a work culture which is employee-centric, if you look at anything, it starts with not KFC, it starts with KEC, kindness, empathy, and compassion. And that's what we are looking for all the leaders who are sitting there. Number 1. Number 2, the most important thing is, it's all, if you have to drive something called an employee-centric organization, it dwells into 3 things. CEP. That's a small framework. One is collaboration. I think Rohit sir and Vishal was, Vijender and Rohit sir was speaking about a lot. Collaboration with effective communication, not good communication, effective communication. And that's why we have a lot of books around effective leaders. Number 2, empowerment. And when you say about empowerment, it's about LG, learning and growth. This whole environment should support a lot of learning and growth. Last piece is about psychological safety. We have been hearing a lot about it, but when you have a psychological safety kind of environment, two things flourishes. Let me say it. The word is flourishes. It's something called recognition and feedback. When you have a psychological safety environment, the employees speak. And this is what is very important when you are looking or touching upon a piece called employee centricity. More than anything, walk the talk is very important. Leaders have to demonstrate that and embed this employee centricity into the organization. I'm sure you all would have done a fantastic case study about, I vaguely remember it's about where the small increment about the satisfaction leads to so-called customer, this one, it is, I forgot, CS Reebok case study, 17 pages, Harvard Business Review. It's freely available in our Google itself. Kindly do that. That's my piece. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. I think the audience is more energized with the energy what you are actually transforming.
Thank you.
Thank you. The second question, we start the second round of question, and first to you, Aarti. When we talk about disparity across the work culture in any given organizations, there comes a time when we see there is an age gap, across a team or a project. So as a corporate leader, handling cross-functional teams, how do you see it as a challenge to bring the inclusivityness at the workplace?
So I think every organization has a structure and ecosystem that works best for the industry and the customer that they're serving. I come from hospitality background, so my answer would be more from the lens of hospitality. And having worked in hotels and aviation, where the workforce is not under one physical premise, but rather spread out across location, having different cultural beliefs, practices, and community expectation, I think, and again, generation gap, as you spoke about, sometimes I've seen some very strong echo of themes in a very young person than what would come from somebody who's a 50-year-old as well. So I think we need to understand it in the context of what your organization is driving, how you are structuring the life cycle of the employees, and with AI, I'm assuming that's a common element across all the questions, and how that is helping you to bring inclusivity rather than actually not valuing the differences between the multiple age groups that you have. So just for an example, so that you get my context, in one of the organizations, we were introducing a system of attendance because in hospitality, overtime or working over the 9-hour shift is a very chronic problem, which industry has not been able to rectify over many, many years, at least since I have existed in the industry. So we were introducing a system of geotagging and QR code scanning, that kind of gives you real-time data, what time Aarti has entered main gate, what time Aarti has come to the shop floor, because what the employee is doing between entering the premises and going to the shop floor also is taking a lot of time. People may have shower, they may have breakfast and things like that. And I think it's the second part of the meeting where the question came from one person. Thankfully, he was a young person, or maybe one of the youngest in the room, saying, what if somebody doesn't have the smartphone? How will your geotagging work? And that question had not arisen in the meeting. So with that context in mind, I think when we design, when we conceptualize, when we implement practices, these are the kind of challenges that you would have. You may design a great recognition program where you may showcase your top performers, you may highlight your women leaders. Many organizations are putting stories about women in security, let's say, or kitchen stewarding, or, some hotel has hired some ladies, from underprivileged background to cook in their guest coffee shop, for example, making rotis or achar. Now, if you're promoting that on the social media, A lot of the people now across the strata of the society are on social media. Even my vendor who sells me vegetables or the panwala would be there, I'm assuming. But we need to keep in mind that context, that if it is targeted to engage Aarti, whether Aarti is going to have access to that or not, because otherwise your policy and your design may really go for a toss. If you are making a social media policy in your organization, which now has become a mandate with now everybody on social media, what events in the room will be covered or not? When you are doing a training online, there's a lot of things that happen in the internal organization as well during training, where people may crack a joke or they may make a comment which may be taken out of context outside the room, and whether people are recording that training session or not. So one of the organizations that I have worked with, they actually made a policy to say you can't press a recording, or you can't even record a training session unless and until it's a scripted training session. Right? So these are the kind of lens that you have to go through in current times. And many a times, even people with my generation or younger generation may not be conscious of these elements which impact our life and how it impacts the organization and their team. Right? When COVID redundancies were happening across organization and sectors, there was a lot of content on social media misrepresenting the event or the context of the entire thing. So I think these things have become very, very relevant to navigate through the inclusivity part of it. We can't exclude somebody because they may not understand the context. You may not include somebody just because he or she is available on the social media. So I think it's become more dynamic than what it was before, and it will continue to remain dynamic because, as I mentioned in my earlier response, that AI is impacting all elements, how we shop, how we take medical advice, how we learn, how we communicate fear and ecstasy as well. Yes. I had this, I come from Delhi, a lot of earthquakes in recent times. There was an earthquake last year, and before I could even step out of my bed to go and check on my parents or my family, I went on social media, imagine, and I saw somebody had already posted it there. So instead of even going out to the family, people are already posting their emotion on the social media, and that's the kind of emotional context which is available in the organization. So I think all these elements play a vital role in when HR and business leaders come together to define the framework for inclusivity and diversity. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Aarti. Vishal, when we see the transformation across policies, it carries changes, right? So as a corporate leader and understanding the human elements at work, what changes that the workforce demands the most?
See, with employees, you are always looking at their behaviors. Now, in an organization context, what behaviors by using technology you would want to promote and what behaviors you wouldn't want to promote. That's one aspect of change. The second is we are looking at compressing time for everything. Now, employees would want, while compressing the time, you can use technology, but the case for an employee watching for me becomes a little subdued. So if I have an employee who says that, okay, I will do whatever policies you are changing, but do I get a benefit except the time is compressing is becomes little point where we need to be very careful what kind of changes and policies we are getting. But technology is bringing in host of changes in terms of forward-looking policies, right? So work from home was a taboo before COVID, right? That this is your time pass, but it became a reality. And I think all of us would agree that we did a fantastic job in year 1920 and 21, right? If you see the corporate scorecards, they were the highest profit earners in 20 and 21 across India that I could see. So technology is bringing in, or rather preempting, certain changes in employee policies, right? Small things like you don't need an attendance system now, right? You just pass through, your retina is recorded, and then change is done. So you don't have to punch at all. So while doing this, the certain issues are coming, which is on the privacy, on the ethics side. So it is balancing act which we need to do in terms of launching different policy and taking shelter in technology, right? Thank you.
And how do you navigate these path of changes? And how do you understand that the employees' emotions are taken care of when you're making these changes?
See, there are two things: what technology does to us and what it does for us, right? Now, employee emotions during the course of the day would change when you enter the office and when you leave the office. Now, do I create an ecosystem where technology is trying to maintain a healthy work balance for that employee, right? In the morning, if you have sensors where you can track the mood of the employee, that employee enters as healthy, very, very ecstatic, happy. And when the employee goes out, he is drowned absolutely or is not happy. Now, how do you create that ecosystem of the technology? Remains an elusive goal for all the organization, but small snippets of technology are helping. Okay, let's say there was a time where hundreds of approvals were taken, right? There's no approvals required beyond a point. So organization understood the empowerment through technology could be one game changing for the well-being of the employees. And then the employees would exhibit a lot of positive emotions at the workplace. So that ecosystem has to be created with the help of technology.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the question, with the evidence of powerful AI tools, yes, employees are more enchanted towards automation and hybrid work culture, which even Vishal shared to us. So as an HR leader, how do you see that it is coming as a challenge to the HR practices, which believe in human intelligence?
Thank you. Again, I'll be a stealer here. I stole some ideas from Aarti and then from Vishal again. As HR leaders, the most important thing is, before we look into something called the so-called AI intelligence or human intelligence, very important to understand the 5 P's of HR. I'm just repeating 5 P's of HR, not 7 P's of marketing. First P is to understand the programs, the talent acquisition, talent development / engagement, and talent rewards and retention. That's one piece of the P. Next is to understand the practices. This is where, as all HR leaders, we will be making a difference of not giving up everything to AI, but then working with AI, ensuring we become more effective. The word which has been used by Peter F. Drucker. So what happens is the practices which we do, including your background check or whatever you say, and then moving to something called the policies, and then looking at the processes. But everything revolves around the most important thing called the philosophy. Why are we doing it? Actually, I remember Rohit sir was stressing on something called purpose. Unless and until we understand the purpose, the so-called AI just becomes another thing in the piece of something called HR. I think we should be using AI as an enabler, which makes us more effective. And at the end, we should be looking ourselves as thinkers more than doers. Our job is to think like doers. And as I said, remove the KEC part. Sorry, I think KFC part, and let's look at something called kindness, empathy, and compassion. At the end, whatever it is, AI or whatever it is, ML or deep learning, at the end, we are going to deal with humans, right? The population is also going up. It is not coming down, right? So most important thing is understand the people aspect, keeping the so-called empathy and other things. Because I remember Rohit sir was explaining about the emotional intelligence part also. If AI is still relevant, AI is just an amplifier of the so-called HR. You cannot substitute it. It acts as when you're looking at the practices. And I would request all my leaders to look at the practices which falls under all these programs called talent acquisition, development, and talent retention. If you understand the practices, you will see what all things can be substituted, what all things can be added. Other than that, I don't think AI is just a small piece in the whole set of things.
True.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think the audience, when they are going to visit up KFC, they are going to find a new definition of KFC as KEC. You know, thank you so much. Aarti, I would like to ask you a question, you know, since we all are talking about search engines that has actually transformed our lives. And as you shared, we first share our emotions on social media platform instead of really going up and talking to our near or dear ones, or even to our colleagues at our workplaces. In your opinion, how has the digital transformation led to changes in the organizational structure? So this question has two parts. I just wanted to make it simple for all the audience who are listening to you. So how can a digital transformation lead to the changes in the organizational structure?
So what's the second part?
The second part is what steps the organization will actually take for effectively communicating these changes so that it supports the employee during this transition, you know, moving from a regular HR practice to the digitalized practices.
Okay. So first, I think let's understand the context of why any business exists. I think the pure purpose, if you cut the frills, is the purpose is to improve quality of life, either of a person, individual, organization, community, or whatever it may be. So if that's the basic intent of the business, I think the way that we incorporate AI into the organization structure should echo and should be weaved through the same thread. So if the people who are working within our ecosystem of the business now, other than the internal organizational workings and happenings which are there, they're also impacted about what's happening outside because they have access to information. If there's a merger happening, sometimes HR person will know in the end if you are at the down in the hierarchy, and your employee may know of it before you, right? So we are living in that kind of a world. I think somebody talked about VUCA. So it's very important that the organizational structure changes along with the changing times, because if we remain too rigid, we may lose out on an opportunity to leverage AI to our advantage rather than considering it our enemy, or that, you know, our jobs will become irrelevant. Yes, some of the jobs will become irrelevant. The jobs that exist today were also irrelevant in the past, like a content creator,
right?
You know, was not a job that existed when I was passing out from college. Now that job exists. So I think the organizational framework needs to echo the use of AI. And I think it's important for us as leaders to make sure that we are passing on the right messaging to the future generation and the right capabilities, and enabling the use of AI in the organizational success rather than hindering it, which is something that a HR professional needs to keep in mind. It could be as simple as what I was talking about, attendance. It could be now talking, let's say another example, talent acquisition. So if you're using AI, so HireView is something I'm sure everybody is familiar with, where it may be used as a final round or an initial screening round by organization to shortlist some of the top talent. And right now I'm currently implementing a process where AI is going to reduce the manual intervention of even assessing and evaluating candidates. So the line manager may not even have a say in whom to hire. So that's the kind of context I'm talking about. So if you are creating a structure, it needs to remain relevant in the current times, and also think about how it will impact the future practices and your organizational deliverables, especially in HR context, what you're delivering to the line and the business and how you're partnering. I think those elements need to remain airtight for us to continue this path And the second element of your question was?
It was more about how these, how these organization structure or these changes are actually going to support the employees or help the employees to transit.
Yeah, I think my first kind of response covers them. But as I said, if the end game of automation, of introducing AI into your organization structure is to improve the quality of your employees, your line manager, your stakeholders, customers, whoever it may be, I think if you communicate that with integrity and transparency to the people that it's going to impact the most, I think that sets you up for a success. For any change to happen, I think the psychology may say that only 10% buy-in is needed. And if you have more, I think that puts you in a better league already. So I think keeping that in mind, that's where we can play our role as HR professional or as business leaders to make sure the transformation that we are creating, we are connecting the dot well for the future generations and making life easy for ourselves and improving our quality of life so that we don't have to revisit it at least for a few years.
Very rightly.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Ma'am, if you allow, I can just add 2 cents.
Yes, please.
Okay. One important thing, which I think I just happened to steal from Vijendra sir, is basically, I don't know, which is missing actually. Missing in the sense which is actually flourishing, but most important thing is the business acumen. So just adding to the second question is basically what is expected in terms of building a structure is having foresight and insight into something called VCR. VCR powered by people, okay? Having a vision which is supported by the people. Vision is foresight and insight. And as leaders, please start looking into this. And that's what world is requiring, your foresight and insights. That's what all leaders are looking for. Number 2 is the culture. As HR leaders or any kind of leaders, how do you really build culture? Because again, Peter of Drucker, culture eats strategy, something eats something for breakfast, okay? Culture eats strategy for breakfast.
Yes.
So culture is the key. Last, at the end, it's all about performance, effectiveness and efficiency. So if you got to design a fantastic org design based on a structure, you got to have foresight, insight, which powers VCR, vision, culture, and results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arvind. Vishal, when we talk about effective communication at the workplace, human knowledge sharing sessions are somewhere replaced nowadays with the information available on the internet. The employee can just move up to the Google and just ask how to resolve this particular problem. So as a seasoned corporate leader, how do you see the importance of human connection or touch in a world filled with information or voice assistant?
I think, allow me to talk a little bit more on this, right? The question is not what technology cannot do. We have, if you look at the human and brain interface, we have raised a situation where soon we would be having an artificial brain, where artificial brain would do what it requires by a human being. But the question is, if I fit that artificial brain in a robot, and that robot goes to a young woman here and says that I love you. The question is not the ability of robot to say I love you. The question that the woman would want to say I love you too. Would she want to say to robot that I love you too? My answer at this point of time, no. Right? She would want to say this to a young, good-looking guy. Right? So in terms of understanding technology, that is likely to happen. But what is happening is 2 things at workplace. There's a huge friendship deficit which is happening. And the second, our ability to generate social experiences have gone down.
Right.
We don't talk. Now, this is the question I used to ask, and I would ask with the audience here quickly. Let's say if you are hungry, you haven't had food for last 4 or 5 days and you don't have money. And I come to you, I said, I will give you money to eat food, but you have to press a button. The moment you press a button, somebody somewhere will die. That's the first question. Now the second, same situation, but you press a button, somebody in your neighborhood would die, whom you know. In which situation you want to press a button, assuming you want to remain alive? This is the power of social experiences, because we wouldn't want to press the button because we know that person. In organization, these social experiences are not happening. And our ability to talk has reduced considerably because we have WhatsApp, we have Zoom calls, right?
Yes,
Emails have become an instrument of decision making.
right,
And
very rightly said.
now, when this is happening, I think there is a need for society at large and corporations to create those, or rather revive those discussions again. And if it doesn't happen, we are looking at two things: a chronic ailment called loneliness, which is already taking place at workplace because you don't have anybody to talk. And one social psychologist puts this ailment equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day, the kind of loss it does, because he mapped the brain, for people who are lonely. So we are entering into a workplace which is hostile at subconscious level, which is not talking to you, right? Which is making you at subconscious level to feel that there is nobody here whom you can talk to. So it is, especially for HR folks, that has become a bigger challenge to make sure that employees talk to each other, remain engaged. And I was very happy to see, some of the clubs here where people are taking interest. I think that's the beginning of a responsibility which all of should carry, that is, stop talking on WhatsApp if you can meet face to face. Because after this time, it will be only WhatsApp.
True.
Right? So this is an element which has crept into our workplace, and organizations are trying, understanding that it is a, some kind of unseen, right? Like Corona, this has gone into, but we are not recognized the way we should have recognized. Right? So technology will continue to advance. It's up to us how much we would want to take shelter in technology and how much we would remain humans.
Wow, that was a powerful statement, I must say, to remain a human. Thank you. Arvind, over to you. Technology is very crucial in transforming an organization's processes, products, strategies, and the way they are going to work. It also comes with a cost where, we have seen a lot of layoffs happening in the recent times because of high level of automation. So what message would you like to give to these young generations and the delegates who have come here, that it is how important it is to update oneself with the latest skills that the markets are demanding?
Thank you. What I would put it is like, I'll just put it in those 7 elements, which is very easy which again, a lot of our great speakers spoke about. One is basically learning with listening. Learning with listening, active listening, because that's something because the answer to the question which ma'am asked is, how do you compete with the so-called AIs of the world? One thing is listening. Of course, yes, AIs are also good listeners, but then if you've got to be a learner in this future generation, you've got to be listening, powered with the learning powered with listening. Number 2, E, empathy. A lot of empathy skills are important. Empathy cannot be substituted. None of the AIs or the deep learners cannot substitute empathy. Next is adaptability, flexibility, and agility. That is something which we've been speaking a lot, but let's put it to practice, because I think Rohit sir was speaking a lot about that. Self-action, when you have to do a lot of self-awareness, self-reflection, that's when you understand agility is the most important and the most powerful thing which is required to fight in this VUCA world or a bunny world. Next, the most important thing, the D, L-E-A-D. D is in terms of digital literacy or digital thinking. Most important. Now, this things plus 3 C's or C cube: curiosity, critical thinking, and creativity. I think these 3 things, lead plus C cube, is the answer which I can tell you to fight against us, or not fight, the complement the power of AI. Lead, right. C cube is the answer which I can think of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we should also let the audience ask questions. So we are opening the floor to ask questions. The team can help us, how much time are we left with and how many questions we can take?
Hello all. Good morning. First of all, thank you all the panel members and Yasho ma'am for such an insightful panel discussion. My name is Anirudh. I am from OM 2224 batch. So my question is for all the panel members. So generally the practice in many of the organizations, especially coming to technical assessment of a human being, is providing them with an opportunity to take proficiency exams, and they will get a star rating as P1, P2, P3 to P5. Based on their proficiency levels, they will be given a list of trainings to complete so that they can improve to the next level. So this is generally used for technical side. Now, as a human being, while we are going for a workplace, we come with our own set of emotions, empathy, and emotional quotient. So is there anything that any organizations right now are trying to implement for improving the empathetical coefficient of employees so that they can become a better human beings as they move up the ladder?
Okay. Anirudh, to whom would you like to ask the questions? Is it open to all or any specific?
So it's open.
Open to all of you all. So
If I
each one
understand
of
your
us can-
question correctly, you are saying there's a lot of focus on technically equipping our employees to perform at their best level. But is there any organization which is doing something to elevate the emotional intelligence of the employees?
Yes.
I think the question is very relevant in current times. And I think COVID kind of accelerated this process in the mind of many organizations where I think our managers or line managers who were dealing on the situation on ground with real life emotions, somebody losing their loved one or somebody feeling helpless because the entire family is down with this unknown disease. I think that kind of triggered this organizational behavior, which was easy to recognize for some people and not so easy. So the organization that I was associated with at the time, there was agile approach in taking this. So there were a lot of employee wellness program which were launched. There was a lot of focus on the training of equipping the leadership position, especially the line managers and senior leadership, to recognize the sign of depression, anxiety, stress, which could be missed and taken into something else. So I know many organizations, I've attended few webinars myself where some of the organizations are playing a key role in driving this. In fact, many organizations in India are now, if you look at their employee value proposition, you will find many such programs where psychological help, wellness is one of the key deliverables from HR Take Care programs. I mean, I definitely come from that kind of a culture. So there is definitely a need. There is a recognition already in the industry across sectors. And every organization is trying to deploy the programs, initiatives, and training, raising awareness and things like that to tackle this issue, because this is going to become an issue in the future. We already know how social media is impacting the psyche of the generation and how the emotions need to be validated and what is need to be validated and how it used to be very different in our times. When we used to go to our parents to say, oh, I am feeling depressed because, you know, I did not qualify for this interview. The response that we got from our parents were very different and that satisfied us. But today, the generation, when they go to their parents, the response that is expected is something very different. And even if it's a right response by the parents with their best intention, it may not really resonate with the child. So I think that kind of is permeating in the work culture as well. And I think there's a due recognition around that topic.
So Anirudh, let me just give you a context, right? Now you would enter the corporate world. And this is what we teach our leaders. Empathy has three elements, okay? One is the element of cognition, which says that I recognize your problem. Most of the leaders would stay here, that I recognize your problem. The second level is emotional. I recognize your problem, but let me know if I can do something. That's emotional part of empathy. The third part is very important, is the compassionate part of empathy. Can I do something for you without you asking because I see you in trouble? Compassionate, first of all, is for all of us to generate self-compassion. It's okay to fail. It's okay not to get the highest rating, or it's okay not to get a position in a multinational. Be self-compassionate. That's what we teach our leaders, that for you to display empathy, you need to be first self-compassionate and then display that compassion to your team members. Because compassion involves an element of action, an element of support and help. If you just ask, how are you? Oh, you are feeling bad. What nonsense. I am feeling bad. I know. What else you can do, right? Can you lend a hand of support for me, right? That's the whole mystery about empathy. Empathy is a very, very hard thing to practice. It's very easy to talk, but very hard thing to practice. I thought I'll.
Right. Thank you.
With permission, I can. Okay.
Please.
Anirudh, since I'm talking to leaders, I'll just, again, most important thing is just see this from the 4 perspectives. As leaders, because right now, when you're entering any kind of organizations, one of the questions which I think Rohit was asking is, what is the first thing which comes to your mind? A lot of people come with a lot of, curiosity is there, a lot of suspicion is there, a lot of this one is there. The most important thing, the managers or the leaders who are inside the organization, they have to do for handling something called the emotions and feelings is to provide psychological safety, number 1. Number 2 is to make sure there is so-called inclusion. DEIB, that I is very important, B is important. Next, if you look at something called wellness, wellness is not pure physical, it's again emotional wellness, making him or her feel really comfortable. Last but not the least, bring in something called the growth mindset. Not prevention, bring in promotion kind of mindset. And this is something which is expected from you as well as from leaders' part. That's where we make great place to work also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So to sum up, we have discussed that despite the fact that technology is flourishing all around us and in all sectors, but HR is such a sector wherein still the human emotional quotient is needed. That's all for our side. Thank you so much. Over to you, Nishita and Saurabh.
That was indeed an engaging session with significant and mesmerizing takeaways.
Thank you so much. I think the parting words could be that we are all human beings and man is a social animal. So whether we are socializing on Facebook, Insta, or LinkedIn, or we are socializing in person, I think I will use his words to say the in-person interaction always triumphs the social media interaction, because it brings in a lot more element. And even in organization, it is not irrelevant anymore, whether it comes to negotiation, delegating, responding with empathy, creating a culture, that is all driven still by human vision and how you execute that and walk the talk, as you mentioned. So I think that is a parting word. So don't lose hope. Human beings are very, very relevant. What you bring to the table, no machine can do, at least right now. At least in major part of the organization still, it's very, very relevant. And please continue to showcase that human element wherever you get the opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank the panelist and the moderator for delivering an insightful, yet another informative session. It gives us great pleasure to felicitate our distinguished guests who have graced us with their presence. I request Dr. Yashomandara to hand over the mementos to our esteemed speakers as a token of our gratitude.
Requesting Mr. Vishal Sharma, Global Head HR at Glenmark Pharmaceuticals, to please step forward to receive the memento. Requesting Ms. Aarti Raghava, Head of HR Business Partner at Emirates Group, to please step forward. Requesting Mr. Arvind Warrior, HR Business Partner at Volvo, to please step forward.
We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors, Skoda, our official title sponsors, Radhika Herbal, our official beauty partner, Baidyanath, our official gifting partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Clovia, our official beauty partner, Amul, our official refreshment partner, Magic Dust, our official gifting partner.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request our panel speakers and the moderator to please take their seats and grace us with their attentive presence for the insightful conversations ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we come to the end of our morning session. HR Summit 2023 would not have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors. We would like to thank
Skoda, our official title sponsor, AMT Group, our official co-title sponsor, Amul, our official refreshment partner, Royal Enfield, our official automotive partner, Baidyanath, our official gifting partner,
Maharashtra Times, our official Marathi news partner, Budani Bros, our official snacking partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Radio Vishwas, our official radio partner, Brewing Tales, our official food partner,
Radhika Herbal, our official beauty partner, 99 Pancakes, our official snacking partner, Outlook, our official magazine partner, Mojoko, our official drinks partner, Clovia, our official beauty partner, the People Management, our official HR media partner,
Startup Talkie, our official media partner, Unstop, our official outreach partner, Magic Dust, our official gifting partner, DU Beats, our official media partner, Ishkia, our official global knowledge partner, and Noah Fest, our official event listing partner. We extend our sincerest thanks to our wonderful sponsors for making this event a huge success. Ladies and gentlemen, fuel up yourself for the rest of the day. Let us break for lunch now. I request the speakers, delegates, and SIOM faculty to head towards the right side of the arena for lunch, requesting the student team to guide the dignitaries towards the venue. Also, our HR Summit student team is around the campus. Feel free to reach out to us for any assistance. We will connect back by 1:50 p.m.
I would also like to mention the Students Club and committees of SIOM have set up displays to showcase their amazing work on the first floor. We request you to have a glance, and your feedback about the same will be highly appreciated.
Happy networking. Enjoy your lunch.
Let's you and me step out and see how blue the sky. Let's you how tall the trees. Step out. Let's you and I step out to find how far we go. Let's you how deep the sea. Step out.
With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars.
How far we go, how deep the sea. Step out. You and me step out and see how blue the sky, how tall the trees. Step out, let's you and I step out to find how far we go. Let's you and I step out to find how far we go.
With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family cars. With a 5-star global NCAP rating, Skoda Kushaq and Slavia are India's safest family
back to the second half of the HR Summit 2023 Nashik chapter's last episode. Hope you have enjoyed the lunch, and we believe the previous sessions were engaging. We would first like to thank Nishita and Saurabh for driving the first half smoothly. This is your host,
Shivani,
and Aditya for the rest of the day. Now, on behalf of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, we would like to take this opportunity and thank you all for your gracious presence at the 15th edition of the HR Summit 2023.
moving ahead, we would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for making this event happen.
Skoda, our official title sponsor. AMT Group, our official co-title sponsor. Amul, our refreshment partner. Royal Enfield, our automotive partner. Baidyanath, our official gifting partner.
Maharashtra Times, our official Marathi news partner. Budhani Bros, our official snacking partner. Safe Express, our official supply chain partner. Radio Vishwas, our official radio partner. Brewing Tales, our official food partner.
Tanu's Herbal, our official beauty partner. 99 Pancakes, our official snacking partner. Outlook, our official magazine partner. Mojoko, our official drinks partner. Clovia, our official beauty partner. The People Management, our official HR media partner.
Startup Talkie, our official media partner. Unstop, our official outreach partner. Magic Dust, our official gifting partner. DU Beat, our official media partner. Ishkia, our official global knowledge partner. And Noah Fest, our official event listing partner. Special thanks to our sponsors for their invaluable support in making this event a resounding success. Without further ado, let's introduce our topic for the next thought leader keynote of the day. Join us as we delve into strategies and best practices to navigate the ever-changing landscape of human resources and achieve continuous advancement in the pursuit of progress. The session will be on the topic Progress Pursuit from Potential to Performance, unleashing the power of people for achieving excellence.
To throw some light on this topic, we would like to call upon our third speaker of the day, Mr. Colin Mendes. Mr. Mendes acts as the head of human resources at Volta's Beko. He is a seasoned professional with vast experience across diverse industries like engineering solution, telecom, ITES, FMCGs, and pharmaceuticals. He is focused on nurturing talent to bring happiness to households in India. Over his career of 3 decades, he has held senior leadership positions with Voltas, Group HR, Tata Sons, Tata Teleservices, WNS Global Services, Bharti Airtel, Hindustan Unilever, and Pfizer, with specific exposure in people and change management during mergers and acquisitions. Mr. Collins' expertise is consistently sought after by prestigious conferences, forums, institutions, and knowledge centers, including CII, Economic Times, People Matters, World HRD Congress, IIT Delhi, and other esteemed management institutions, who eagerly invited him to share his invaluable perspective.
Mr. Colin has also been recognized at the Great Manager Awards 2017 in the category Aligning Organization Vision, hosted by People, Business, and Economic Times. Beyond work, Mr. Colin is an enthusiastic travel blogger and enjoys various music genres. His outstanding leadership and dedication make him a true asset in the field of HR. Allow me to welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you, Shivani, and thank you, Aditya. Absolute pleasure to be with all of you, and good afternoon to everybody. This is a very interesting topic, and I think we're taking it at the right time, which is post-lunch, because performance, progress, and the pursuit of what all of us want to do is what we're going to discuss. And at this time, I am able to recall a very important incident when I was a young boy. I used to study at Don Bosco High School in Matunga, Mumbai. And, I was put in a race to run with several other, students to run a 100-meter race. And I used to always wonder, a lot of them, some of them used to be right at the front, some of them used to be behind, and some of them used to be in between. And, this got me wondering why a bunch of us were actually given some special training. A bunch of them were actually given some more deeper training. And a bunch of them were actually told to, were motivated in different ways. And so that comes to a very interesting point that I would like to talk about today. So when you're running a race, when you're actually running a race, who do you think is the winner? And why do you think is that person the winner? The person who runs the fastest, the person who runs the slowest, or the person who's running consistently? And I'm referring to a marathon race. Yeah. And yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah. So here's a picture of various activities that people do to strive to do better. There's one person who's the same, one running a race, one person is doing a cycle race, one person's trying to swim, all of them trying to do better than the other. And then at the end of the day, you're able to actually see, sorry, I need to get the slide moving. Just a moment. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I got the wrong remote in my hand. So the focus was really on how do we really progress? Yeah. How do we actually progress and progress with potential? And today I'm going to talk about in pursuit of potential. Yeah. And that's something that's so very important because a lot of us in organizations, we look at doing various things together, right? We all try to pick the organization and take it to the next level. And every board in every organization really strategizes year after year when they do an annual operating plan. How do they make the organization move to the next level? What is the long-term objective? Yeah. And I want to first start with, helping you understand what are some of the main business areas that are important and what's the HR strategy should be around it. So if I were to put it simply, if you have business priorities on your left side, yeah, and you have various enablers on the right side, there are three broad areas that one talks about, which is organization, talent, and culture. Broadly, the HR strategy surrounds these three broad aspects. When I'm talking about organization, it's an organization that one is building to sustain. And I will talk about it in a little more detail. Sustain over a longer period of time. Talent, whether any kind of organization, whether it's a startup organization or it's a mature organization, or it's an organization that's taking the next leap, it's about building capacity and building capability for the future. And about the third part of it is about culture. Yeah. Again, I'm talking about if you're in a very, very competing market, if you're in a market that is very, very having fierce competition, and also if you have a lot of mature competitors, the most important thing is to focus on building high performance. Yeah. On engagement and on recognition. Yeah. And today I'm going to talk on some parts of these three portions. I'm going to talk on the organization part of it. How do we build an organization that will sustain? I'll talk about the capability part of it and something that what we are doing. Yeah. And I'll talk about high performance and recognition. So that's something that what we are doing. And I'll share with you some of the practices that we have instilled in the company that works so far. Yeah. And so with this, the enablers are multifold in nature. We have various goals. For example, you have talent success goals, which focus on building a sustainable workforce. I spoke about the organization building to sustain. So a workforce that's not only ready today, but ready over a period of time. Leadership and career pipeline that will be there for the future. So you have a leadership team that's built for a longer period of time, and a pipeline of leadership that comes. And guys like you, when you complete your post-graduation, you will enter into the management category, and then over a period of time, you will attain leadership roles at some point in time. So that's the pipeline that organizations are creating now. Yeah. So the point is of focusing more on a younger talent, diverse talent, and talent that is sustainable over a period of time. Yeah. And the last one is to build a culture that focuses on engagement, on recognition and performance. And I'm going to talk about one of these most important aspects, which is performance. Yeah. So if I ask you a simple question today, if you were to define performance, yeah, what would be some of the characteristics of performance? Yeah. Any one of you would like to help answer this? What would be some of the characteristics of performance? How would you define performance in a very interesting way? Yes, please. I thought I'll make this a little interactive so that we get to start with. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Consistency.
Absolutely. Sorry, consistency.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. Bygone. We got that perfectly. That's very important because to keep, yes, please.
That he would be passionate and driven.
Passionately driven.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have some more over there.
We can say that it's the desire to win.
Desire to win. Yeah.
Sir, I think it will be result oriented. Good performance means good results.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Sir, result oriented.
Result oriented. Yeah.
Good performance equal to good results at the end.
Absolutely.
Achieving targets.
Achieving targets. Absolutely. Yeah, I think all of you said it so well. You know, to me, some of the characteristics of performance, and I'm trying to put this down in various formats. Accountability. Yeah. Accountability is very important because it's not about delivering what we are delivering, but also being accountable for what we deliver. Yeah. To stand up in front of people, in front of audience and say that I have delivered what I've delivered, or I have not delivered certain things because of these reasons. So standing up and having that accountability for every goal that is set for me at the beginning. So accountability is one important. The other one is to being steadfast, to being determined. Yeah. If I'm steadfast, if I'm determined, and I give you example, when I was running that 100 meters race, I wanted to be determined to be right in front. Yeah. That's performance. The guys who were right in front were the ones who actually were determined to reach right in front there, and who are the winners. The third one is about being committed, being loyal and being committed. So that's very important because performance is important because if you're committed to win the race, you will be there to win it either ways. Yeah. The next, if I were to put it, is to be consistent. So being consistent in a like, for example, in a long race, like a marathon, for example, you need to be consistent in reaching a particular number. And some of you do run marathons, and if you do maybe a 10K or 21K, you try to consistently improve the benchmark that you have set before. Yeah. The next one is about setting high standards, setting higher and higher standards of benchmarks that you have. So let's say I have reached particular level. Next year, what's the next performance level I want to reach? Yeah. And the last one is about what some of you spoke about, being result oriented, being focused on the end game. What's the end game? Where will I want to reach? And how do I want to go? Yeah. So I think we are all pretty clear when we understand what do we mean by how do we define performance. But if I were to flip this, and this is very important, if I were to flip this and ask you, right, how would you really define Yeah, so I think someone said the ability to meet and to surpass goals, surpass what we've actually planned for. Yeah. And if I were to ask the same question, and if we were to decode potential, yeah, how would you, what would you say would be some of the characteristics of potential? Some of you like to take a shot at this? Potential. So slightly different, but not necessarily the same.
So the latent ability to achieve something.
The ability to achieve.
Latent ability.
Latent ability to achieve, absolutely. Any others? Want me to help you decode this? Oh yes, we have some more.
Capacity to achieve something greater.
The ability to achieve something greater. Yes.
So we can say that these are skills in developing phase.
Skills in?
Developing phase that has not been fully developed.
Okay.
But are being developed.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. And?
Sir, I think it's our inherent ability to give our 100% at any work. It's called as potential.
Okay.
Potential.
Okay. Okay. So let me try and decode this. I think one of the important aspects is very strong work ethics. Yeah. So knowing what you need to do and doing it the right way. And that's very important, particularly in a business context. So very strong work ethics, very strong maintenance of various conduct in how we conduct our business. That is one. Creativity and innovative thinking. So thinking out of the box, thinking differently, thinking beyond what is visible is what's most important. And to me, this is very, very critical to decide on this is a person that has potential to go to the next level. Yeah. Intelligence, of course, is most important, but the degree of intelligence is important to what extent it can go. So the higher the caliber, the higher the ability to think and do differently is one of the other characteristics. And motivation, having strong motivation and determined to achieve more, determining to do much more, and determining to do much more better and much more, most significantly better. Now, leadership qualities is very important. And I think all of you will have opportunities in your various forums. And I think some of you have the opportunity in today's forum, yeah, to attain leadership roles in organizing an event as good as this. Yeah. That's because you showed true potential to do that job, to lead, to stand in front and talk to a large audience like this, to work at the back end and make the entire logistics work effectively. So you had that ability, and that's one of the most important aspects. And the last one to me is about maintaining strong interpersonal skills. So these are some of the areas. Yeah. So if I were to broadly classify this, and it's the ability and knowledge and motivation to enable one to do much more than that one can actually end up doing. Yeah. So that's a very important aspect. Now, if I were to focus on how do we bridge the gap, how do you move people from potential to performance? And I think this is most important. And a lot of organizations, they strive hard to do this. It's not one of the most easiest tasks because identifying high potentials can be extremely difficult. Yeah. How easy is it to identify a high potential? It is not as simple as it looks. There are tools that are available. And there are also experiences that go to actually identify high potential people. Yeah. What do you do after you identify them? Yeah. You need to help them reach that potential, help them reach where they're supposed to be there. And I think that's a very important task in ensuring that they are able to reach that potential, because it's very difficult to actually make a person move to the next level and consciously make them to continuously do better so that you convert potential to performance, which all organizations are focusing on. And the last one is about what are the risks involved if you are unable to reach there? Okay, so it's like you have a valuable resource, but you're not using it to the full potential, where you can actually take it much more, a stronger level. So these are some of the big areas, and I think if you focus on all these, this will ensure that you're able to bring performance in there. Yeah. I want to talk to you about one very interesting concept, and I know some of you may be aware of it, but I thought it's important to bring this through, where we're talking about high potential individuals tend to be high performers. Yeah. I'll just repeat, high potential individuals tend to be high performers, but however, not all high performers are actually high potential. So you need to see that there's a fine line, there's a fine difference between the two. And how do you actually manage to differentiate and convert the high potential to high performance is a method that I will show you in the next slide. So I think some of you would be aware of this. This is a 9-box grid. It's something that many organizations use, and some of you may be familiar with it. But for purpose of helping you understand, this was, of course, introduced by McKinsey and used by many companies. And some of them have actually changed and morphed it into different words to make it more and more easy to understand. But what I've tried to do, decode it in a very simple way, where you're talking about two parts, where you have one portion which focuses on performance and the other which focuses on potential, and actually have bifurcated into two different categories. So you have people who exceed expectation, that is on the higher end of the performance level, or people who are at expected levels, at the current levels, and people who are basically below expectation. So that is one category. The second category is about potential and the leadership potential that we were speaking about. Starting from high, which is people who can move to the next orbit, to the people who can grow, who have the ability to grow to the next level, and for people who are right fit, which is basically those who are doing their job extremely well. Yeah. Now, so what happens in this, and why am I bringing this up? This is really how you can actually put everything together. When you in large organizations, or even as large as organizations put people together and assess people at the end of the year, or assess people on an ongoing basis, everyone is fitted and plotted into these different boxes. So you have, for example, a person with high performance and high potential, okay, categorized very differently. A person with expected performance and high potential also categorized differently. Similarly, low performance or right fit potential also is categorized differently. Yeah. And I'm going to decode how best one can categorize it, and how best we are doing it in a way that is helping us ensure we continue to build up potential, as well as take care of the people who we feel can get moved to the next level, as well as people who can move to the next dimension of job or role, or people who are doing their job very well. And you don't need all stars. So every organization is made out of a variety of people. You will have some rock solid beams. You have some people who are at the balcony. You have some people who are in the forefront. So that's the mix of people that you will continue to have in an organization. And you need some solid citizens who will be there, who will hold the organization together. You can't have an organization full of hypos or high potentials. Yeah. And let me decode this and let me unbox this 9 grid. So I think some of you are maybe familiar, but for those who don't know about it, I've tried to simply explain to you how you can have classified different categories of people into this entire axis. Yeah. So if I were to unbox this grid, it's actually broken up into these various broad buckets. So these are your guys, the ones who are in the top 2 are your high potential people. Yeah. It's a combination of performance and potential, if you recall in the earlier slide. These are the people who will actually move to the next level, or people who can actually take your organization to the next level. This second lot, which is 5 and 6, are the ones who actually fit into the promotable category, people who you can actually elevate to the next role. You can elevate, these are the people. You have a category which is 3, which is consistent high performers, or what I call high pros. These are people who are constantly high performing at extreme level and are required in the organization. And then, of course, you have a bunch of people in the 7, 4, and 1 category. The 1 category particularly are your low performers, and typically are the ones that you need to consider as wrong fits, misfits, or mishires in some way. Yeah. And so therefore, this entire category needs to be relooked at. Is this a category that you want to continue? Because these are people that are not contributing to the organization. However, you have another category, which is 4 and 5, which I've mentioned as review. These are the people who you can actually move, because they sit in the growth as well as the high segment, and they can actually move to the right. Yeah. So I think with the right inputs, with the right development plan, these people can actually move to the next level. And this is a bunch of people who I would say are your solid citizens, or I would say are your beams in the organization, who are doing their job really right. They're doing their job well, and they're performing exceedingly well. And I think these people are a bunch of people that you must continue to have in your organization. So if I put in a sum and substance of it, you would need all these kinds of people in your organization, but how you're able to carefully and gradually move people from this lowest denominator, from 1 gradually upwards towards 4, 5, 4 and 7, or 2 and 3, or 5 and 6, and so on and so forth. Yeah. That's very, very critical, and that's very, very important. And a lot of effort will go in terms of creating career paths, creating career plans, creating development plans. Yeah. And so I've tried to help you unbox this in helping you classify these various boxes into action items that one can do, right? To ensure that you're able to use the talent that sits in the various boxes. Otherwise, what happens? I've got talent sitting in 9 boxes, but what do I do with them now? How do I develop them? Yeah. And so therefore, I'll try and illustrate a small career path which we've tried to create, which talks about a simple 2x2x2 model. Yeah. It's a simple 2x2 model. And I think I wanted to tell you this because this is important, because this will help you guys progress, right? So if a person works across 2 locations, across 2 functions, and is 2 years consistently a top performer, that person can actually fit into this model. Yeah. Very, very critical, very important, because if you're able to perform, you can move, you can quickly adapt to the new role, and you can, of course, grow in the organization. Of course, mobility is very important. So my message to all of you is that as each one of you want to move forward in your career, you must be open to locations. Yeah. You must be open to new jobs, new roles, and new areas to work. And if you're able to do that, that's where you will see that you're able to move faster in your career. Yeah. And that's the little message that I want to do. The reason why I focused on this, because we're saying that employees must move across different functions. You must be multi-skilled. You must be a multi-specialist. Yeah. And it's also, again, what you're looking for, whether you want to be a specialist or you want to be a generalist. But here in this case, the more you know deeper about different roles at the very start of your career, it's most important. For youngsters like you who come and join our company, we focus on this. We give them an opportunity. And if they are able to move into different functions, into different locations, into different roles, and if they're consistently performing, they are able to move up the ladder. So it's not going to be as simple as it looks like. Yeah. Of course, there will be a selection criteria. There will be performance. There will be potential that will all be assessed. And then based on that, the employee can move ahead. Yeah. So I've tried to share a model that we are using, worked exceedingly well, because people know that if they do this, if they're open to this kind of a mechanism, if they're open to be mobile, move locations, move functions, they will see career paths, they will see career growth for themselves. So besides career progression, another important thing that we also do is focus on development. Yeah. And broadly, I want to categorize development. How does development work? We broadly categorize it into 3 broad areas. Yeah. So the 3 broad areas for the talent that we focus on is on leadership, on functional excellence, and on organization values and practices. I think every organization focuses on these broad areas. And for us, leadership development is very, very key because you're building people for the future. You're building managers for the future. So areas which focus, for example, just an illustrative, but decision making, inspiring people, or for it matter, setting direction, being change agents, long-term thinking. These are very, very important areas where we focus and on where leadership will actually work closely to actually further develop themselves. So a lot of youngsters, young managers are put through leadership development programs, and this is just an illustrative list. It's much more detailed. But to help you get a flavor, that's the area that is one large area that we focus on. The second, of course, is more on functional expertise. So depending if you're a supply chain guy, do you understand the various nuances of logistics and stuff like that? Yeah. Or depending on the type of organization you are, you need to understand the various areas and its interlinks and its interrelationship. Sales, business development, service excellence. And the reason why I'm talking about this, I'll give you an example of my company, manufacturing as well, and other technical skills and so on and so forth. So in my company, for example, we're a consumer appliance company. We have a sales team that works largely with retailers, distributors, and we also have the front-end sales guys who are actually sitting in retail stores. Yeah. So we are a consumer appliance company, so you understand how that works. You have a manufacturing team that are producing, and you have people who are a service excellence team who are focusing on after-sales service and so on and so forth. So there is also a very, very strong logistics team that focuses on ensuring delivery on time. Yeah. And that's one of the most important aspects. So if you don't understand the entire piece of it, it's sometimes you will only be alienated to the particular function that you're handling. And therefore, an orientation for across all functions is very, very critical. Now, another important area that we focus is on values. And within the companies, people come from different organizations. You hire laterals, you hire employees, you hire people from campus. But when you bring in people from different areas, the focus is on how do you get them to synergize into your company? What are the values that you want to talk about? Yeah. What is the culture that you want to build? And so some of the areas that we focus on code of conduct or the culture pillars, the visions of the organization, business excellence, and some of the important areas include POSH and safety and so on and so forth. It's important so that people, when they come from different areas, they are able to get better acclimatized in the organization and the values that the organization or the group emphasizes for. Yeah. So the talent development approach is across these three broad verticals. Of course, as I said, it's much more deeper, but however, broadly, it fits into these three broad areas. And that is where the leadership area is a very large focus, because that's enabling us build talent for the future. Yeah. A little bit of what we're doing currently in our company right now. So we have a program that focuses on bringing future-ready capability, where at the very initial stage, when people come from campus, they focus on role plays and projects and presentations with almost 60 hours of learning. And then there's an end of term evaluation that's done and a certification that's done. So that's how we build future ready. And this is something, an illustration. This is our manufacturing facility in Ahmedabad, where actually students are, after they come in from campus, they go through a rigorous program, which lasts for almost 1 full year. Yeah. So that's our step in building future ready capability besides managerial capability and leadership capability as well. And the last one that I want to talk about is on recognition. Yeah. And how you can create a powerful impact. Yeah. A lot of us realize that, we take things for granted and we don't realize how important it is to compliment someone, or how important it is to appreciate someone. significantly, and you would all agree, it focuses on boosting performance, productivity, engagement, employee turnover and retention, and of course, build company culture and employer brand. Yeah. So that's the entire focus of engagement. I'm going to just show you two more areas very quickly. Yeah. So here's what we've launched. We launched a program called Impact. Impact is our recognition program that focuses on innovation. It focuses on creativity. It focuses on cost and a culture of continuous improvement, which is very critical, and which ensures positive relationship with all our customers. Yeah. We have something called instant appreciation, where we have a lot of cards that are given across to people. And if I were to break this down, this is the categories of the impact program. There are 4 pillars in this program. The pillars for responsibility, which is leadership, CSR, safety, and so on and so forth. You have efforts that are also rewarded. You have achievements, and you have excellence. So these are the various areas that are rewarded from time to time, and ensure that people are able to contribute in their own different way. Yeah. So if I were to quickly summarize, and I realize that just about on time, we spoke about at the very start, an organization that's built to sustain. Yeah. We focused on, I showed you the map of the 9-box model and how we can use the 9-box model that will help sustain and build consistent sustainability. We focused on capability of the talent, yeah, and how talent capabilities is improved and multiplied in Worldbeck, as well as we focused on recognition, which is a very, very important area, and engagement. So these are some of the areas. I thought I'll share with you some of the practical side on what we're doing in an organization, how we are able to build talent, how we are able to sustain talent, and how we are able to make talent more productive and therefore contribute to the organization overall. Yeah. So that's a little bit of it for me. Thank you so much. So if there are any questions, I realize I'm all off time. We are slightly running short of time, but I'm available for some time. I can take them during the break or whenever, but if there's anything, over to you.
Thank you, sir, for addressing us. It gives a new perspective to our thoughts. We'll be taking any questions regarding.
A very good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Hi.
So firstly, thanks for the session. And my question revolves around, we have this impact program, right, sir? Which was implemented in the organization. I would like to understand the pre-implementation of impact and post-implementation of impact program, the attrition rate composition, like how did it vary, how many high potential performance you could actually retain, or any such insights on the data?
Yes, yes, of course. I think that's a very interesting question, and it's very important to understand what is the impact of any program that you do. And incidentally, the program's name is also impact. But nevertheless, I think it's very important to measure anything that you do, whether it is an engagement program like this, a recognition program like this, a leadership development program, whatever you do, whether that has made a remarkable improvement. And there are 2 things that I can talk about in terms of attrition. I think in terms of engagement, it has improved our engagement score from where we were from the next time we did the assessment. So our engagement score has picked up. Relationship with managers have improved. Yeah. Because we've seen that score also move up significantly. And people are conscious on what they're supposed to do and how they are able to perform better. So I think over and above, these are the 3 broad aspects. I think we have seen the score move significantly on these 3 parameters that have made a difference. So thank you for that. But I like your question that you're looking at the end result, which is very important.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Meet Patel from OM 2325 batch. My question revolves around the employee performance using AI models. So now organization has started performance evaluations, hiring using AI models. So how does organization ensures the fairness in the model Because as training training data might have some biasness in it. So how does an organization ensure the fairness in it?
So are you, I didn't get your question correctly, but if I've understood it, let me repeat for your benefit. You're saying how are organizations using AI models for performance?
Ensuring the fairness by using the AI models in decision making.
Yeah. So, okay, to be frank, we have not yet incorporated any AI models, so I won't be able to give you a user's insight in terms of that. But I think to my understanding and to people who I've spoken to in the industry who have started to use this, I think to a large extent, there is a combination of using AI with human interface currently in the system. It is not completely 100% AI model. So at this point in time, so there is an interface from both currently, because we still need to trust the entire system. But I think over time, once it matures and once you're able to get better trust in the system, then you probably will move to a complete model. But I don't have a user experience, so I won't be able to surely comment that for exactly how it works.
Thank you, sir, for addressing all our queries. It gives us a new perspective to our thoughts in terms of the 9-box model and its usability in order to identify the real talent. So it's an absolute pleasure to host you, sir. We would now take a moment to felicitate Mr. Colin with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I would request Dr. Bishal De Sarkar, Assistant Professor at SIOM, to please join us on stage and do the honors.
We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors. Skoda, our official title sponsor. Tanu's Herbal, our official beauty partner. Baidyanath, our official gifting partner. Safe Express, our official supply chain partner. Clovia, our official beauty partner. Amul, our official refreshment partner. Magic Dust, our official gifting partner.
Thank you, sir. We request you to please take your seats and address us with your attentive presence for the insightful conversations ahead. Shivani, what, according to you, is the most powerful innovation of the year 2022?
I feel, not just for me, but for the entire world at large, the best innovation of 2022 would be the ChatGPT.
Absolutely. AI is revolutionizing the way we work and interact, and its impact on HR practices cannot be undermined. Today, our focus will be on the significance of AI practices for HR professionals and the remarkable transformations it can bring into their day-to-day operations.
Right on. We'll be covering some exciting use cases, showcasing how AI can streamline tasks like automatic contextual replies over emails, spreadsheet automation, and even automatic PPT creation. Imagine the time and energy saved with those.
And to throw some more light on this topic, mastering AI in the HR, unlocking efficiency and innovation, we would like to call upon Mr. Nelson Satya, CEO, Blockskill Academy and nxdigita.com, an accomplished AI-powered business growth coach and consultant with 14 years of expertise in building highly successful websites and landing pages. His visionary approach to achieving growth and innovation in the digital world sets him apart. Mr. Nelson's focus lies in helping trainers, coaches, and consultants launch and expand profitable online trainings using AI's incredible potential. Leveraging cutting-edge advancements in AI technology, he formulates growth strategies that empower businesses to identify new opportunities, optimize existing approaches, and drive revenue growth.
As an ardent AI enthusiast, he firmly believes in delivering personalized insights to unlock the full potential of a business. He passionately advocates investing in AI-powered solutions to propel startups and enterprises towards unprecedented success.
I am very sure we are all excited about the workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Nelson Satya. It's an absolute honor to have you on stage, sir.
Yes, me too. Can you hear me?
The session will be continued for 80 minutes, followed by a 10-minute of Q&A.
One plus.
In case you need laser.
No.
Forward then. Okay.
Very good afternoon. Little more voices, please. Very good afternoon. After a heavy lunch, we need to have some kind of, because we are going to discuss about the technology which everybody speaks about, the ChatGPT and the artificial intelligence. So we are going to have an exciting session. So how many of you are excited about it? I'm going to give you tools and strategies that is going to blow your mind. Okay, let's start. Sometimes technology works by human touch. And now, as you see the screen, everybody speaks about AI. And now, to adding that, people are speaking about ChatGPT everywhere. So if you see, Microsoft has already integrated ChatGPT with robots and data sciences best practices generated by ChatGPT. And ChatGPT can automatically reply to your WhatsApp messages also. That is called contextual reply. So all to this, we'll have a light glimpse of this as the founder of the ChatGPT, Mr. Sam Altman says, it is just a glimpse. more to come. So we are expecting some kind of a really excited kind of a interface in the future. It's very near to us. Okay. So what is ChatGPT? ChatGPT stands for Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer. It's founded by a company called OpenAI. Yes. And it has large language model. What is meant by large language model? Because every other information has been injected into a server. That's where we can relate to it. So design and understand and generate natural language responses. So it will respond to your human query. It's not going to be like a structured way. You can ask for a poem also, poem. You can ask for any kind of joke. You can ask for any kind of write-up. Let it be any movie or any play. So that way it is evolving. So, so let's first take a step back to understand what makes more effective prompt. Because what is a prompt? The prompt is the query we give to ChatGPT to answer us. So we should say, forget about Google. It's more than this. Okay, we are going to see that in the meantime. So we need to understand what is that. The three things are more important here: the objective, the context, and the format. So let's see how we can relate to this. Okay. See, for example, what is an objective here? To make a shopping list. But the context is to feed a family of 4 living in Nashik city in India, because we need to mention even India, because we need to be very specific, for 2 days with a budget of 2,000 rupees. And the format is using the bullet points with prices per item. So try this one in the ChatGPT and you will see the magic. So ChatGPT version 3.5 is available for free for the public. And beyond that, it's a paid version. So it must not be used as a Google search. So one point I just want to emphasize on that. So you must be very specific on your prompt with generic answer built on the top of the query. This is called prompt chaining. So in HR, how this can be related to? So in HR, recruitment is going to be interfered by ChatGPT. So I'll show you in a meanwhile. We'll be going to that. Onboarding, employee support, performance management, learning and development also. So, for example, if I want to draft 10 interview questions for a candidate for the role of, say, for example, can somebody say from the audience, please, what is the role we can give?
Network operator.
One sec, please.
Okay. So I'll go to ChatGPT. So from the audience, what is the role you said?
A supply chain consultant.
Supply chain
Consultant.
Sorry?
Consultant.
Yes, yes. Supply chain consultant. And the company name?
McKinsey.
Okay. Am I right? Spelling? Okay, thank you. So here we go, okay? So these are the 10 questions it gives based on the prompt we have asked for. So just a minute. So can you provide an overview of the experience in supply chain management and highlight your most significant achievements in optimizing supply chain process? McKinsey values problem-solving skill. Can you describe a complex supply chain challenge you encountered in the past, how you approached its resolution? So how many of you are excited about this? You can prepare yourself before for a tough interview also. So coming to the next one. So ChatGPT prompts, we'll see the ChatGPT prompts. At the end, you can download this and you can have a hands-on experience on this also. So first one, attraction. Write a job description, create a job description for so-and-so, include A, B, C responsibility. Okay? Do you want to see the magic? From the audience? Do you want to see the magic? Okay, thank you for this response. So what is the name of the position? Supply chain consultant? Again? And include, what is the responsibility? What is the responsibility in generic? Sorry? Manpower. Demand and supply. Demand and planning. Okay. So we are see the job description. We are seeking a highly skilled, experienced supply chain consultant with a specialization in demand and planning to join our team. As a supply chain consultant, you will play a crucial role in optimizing our clients' supply chain operations by providing expert insight and solutions and the areas of demand, forecasting, inventory planning, and supply chain optimization. So did we key in anything in there? Did we type anything regarding forecasting, inventory planning, and supply chain optimization? No. So here is, I just want to say, we'll make these things also into more simpler way. How we are going to do? Through ChatGPT plugins. Okay. So how many of you know plugins? How many of you know plugins from the crowd? It's a enablers to the, to the softwares. Okay. Now, what is the first plugin I just want to give you is, you need to go to here. Can you see the screen? Here. And so if you can see here, a cloud kind of a thing, these are the plugins. If you add plugins, the plugins will be added here. So for example, if you want to add plugins here, Chrome Store. So if you type chrome.google.com, you can have many kinds of, see, for example, I've added already Vistolia. You can remove one, install from this place. Okay. So to make our job still more simpler, I'm just going to give you one plugin, which is called AIPRM. How many of you know this? How many of you know this? AIPRM. A Chrome extension can be added to your desktop or laptop because it works perfectly on the desktop and the laptop, not on the mobile. So you can have it hands-on experience now. Do you want to show now? Do you want me to show now? Okay. Some responses from the crowd. Yeah, thank you. So now, if you can see, if I type, if I click on the new chat here, how many of you have used ChatGPT? How many of you use ChatGPT? Do you see the screen like this? Okay. This is the AIPRM plugin. The Chrome extension can be added to the ChatGPT so that you can get optimum results. That makes even simpler. Okay. What is the first one? Human written optimized article. So I'll show you. This is a mid-journey prompt generator. Okay. So now we'll go for human written one. Okay. Let's relate to the HR. So here, if you can see, yeah. So how many prompts are there? 4,072 prompts are there. So the prompt has to be very, very, very clear and specific. Otherwise, it is like garbage in and garbage out. So if you put garbage inside, and only the garbage will come. He must be very specific. Now I'll go for a search button here, and I'll go for HR. Okay. If I click on this, hit enter. So one click, Human Resource Pro. One click, Human Resource Pro. What is that all about? I just, okay. I'll go for recruitment. So create a recruitment blog. Okay, it is giving a blog for us. Okay, we don't want a blog. We'll go for resume. Okay, cover letter creator. So how many of you see this one as an interesting one? So cover letter creator, optimize resume and cover letter. So next one, summarize and highlight most important points of the YouTube video script. Okay, resume summarizer. Even the resume can be summarized. So even the resume can be summarized. If you click on this, it will be added to this, and the resume can be uploaded from here, and we can get the resume summarized in a click. Okay. So the next is recruitment, and the same way it goes. List 8 including hiring practices based on the 3 including hiring practices. What is the challenges should HR anticipate? All this stuff you can get it from the ChatGPT with this AI PRM tool. Okay. And where is it? I kept it somewhere. It's a change. Yeah, thank you. So development and offboarding. So next is offboarding, employee exit questions. So do you want to see the employee exit questions, interview questions? How many of you want to see? Let's make a noise in the crowd. Okay. What is the question? I'll just cut and paste it. List 7 employee exit questions. Yeah, 7. We are specific about how many questions, how many answers we need. If you click on just hit enter, you got it. Okay. So what are the primary reasons for your decision to leave the company? Did you feel that skill ability was efficiently utilized during the time here? If not, how could we have better utilized them? Were you satisfied with the support? Were you satisfied with the support and the feedback you received from your immediate supervisor or manager? So a kind of a thought process, it goes on here based on the ML, that is the machine language which is taught by whichever the server has been fed. Okay. So offboarding, and now advanced content creation. If you see this one, we need to have this kind of a prompt wherein you need to copy and paste it in the ChatGPT. This is how the advanced level of. So we need to mention your goal, your content type, your target audience, social media, and everything. So if, for example, I'm clicking on this without any kind of input, what is the answer it will give? You want to see? Okay. Scrolling is little difficult for me here. So look at this. The theme is, it has taken a theme by itself. Okay. Motivation Monday, Transformation Tuesday. Okay. And Wisdom Wednesday, Throwback Thursday, and Friday Feelings. How many of you have Friday Feelings? Success Story Saturday. How many of you feel that today is a success story? Saturday. Okay. So about the content theme, aim to provide consistent and engaging content throughout the week. The time of the post takes into consideration the target audience, peak engagement hours. See, everything it is giving a clear kind of information, even though if you are not giving any specific reasons. But in advanced level, you must be very, very specific with the bullet points so that you will get exactly what you are looking for. Okay? Sounds exciting? Yes? Okay, that's good. Okay, to make a lot of most of the chat prompts for your department, you must define your objective. So just like that, don't use ChatGPT as a Google. No, it has gone beyond that. Okay, customize the prompts for your organization. So do you want a tool for this to make your life even easier? Do you want that? Okay, I'll give it a website called Prompt Vibes. Prompt Wine, also Snack Prompt, many are there. I'll just hit on the first one. So what is this? A site which can give you even the prompt. So a site can give you even the prompt if you're lazy enough to write down. Okay. So discover what are the prompts are available, and it will be more useful and it will blow your mind. Okay. The next one. I can give you another tool which is called Snack Prompt. So here you can find many of them or contributors here. Also, you can, you can also find any kind of specific kind of a prompt which you need to be, because English is a language which is mainly understood by ChatGPT. Okay. So you can go for academics, you can go for AI, you can go for animation, arts, books, branding, business, anything. Okay. You can have that ChatGPT or Bard from Google. So everything can be, you can find out from this website. Okay. Now back to my presentation. So these are the few softwares which are available at present and many of the companies are using. These are the AI enabled softwares which are using by many companies at present. So you can later on scan the QR code and download all the information. And using ChatGPT appears simple, but does not require skill. But the answer of the algorithm provides only as good as the instructions given to it. Please understand that the instruction is a prompt entered by the user. So you must be very, very specific. Follow the 3 objectives which can give you the end results that will blow your mind. So as I said, Sam Altman said, this is ChatGPT 3 is a hype was very too much. It's impressive. Thanks for the nice compliments. But this is just a glimpse. He says that this is a glimpse, just a glimpse. So it's real fact that it is slowly invading every other sector. Please be aware of this. Okay. Can I get some answer from the crowd? Okay, thank you. And so ChatGPT 5 is going to emerge very, very soon. So be aware of that. Okay. And then the next is, these are the tools which we'll discuss a few tools, because how many of you want to research on this tool? We'll have a research on this. Okay. Ask your PDF. Can we look into that? How many of you heard this tool? How many of you heard this tool? Nobody? Okay. It is going to blow your mind. Please wait for this. So what is the website? What is the website? Ask here. Can we have? Yes. Okay. Okay. Before I can register this, I'll go for, yeah. See, just you need to upload a document here. Okay. And maybe I have a document on my desktop. Okay. I'll take it. So, okay, I'll just upload a document here. Let it be, even this also is a PDF. Okay. I'm just uploading a PDF. It's uploading here. So look at the answer. Look at the answer. Hello, I am a multilingual document assistant to help you with the answers. You have regarding uploaded document. The document provides a summary of academy to innovate HR and its uses of ChatGPT in HR process. It discusses the various application of ChatGPT in HR, such as drafting, documentation, customization of learning materials, summarizing feedback, and more. It also includes best practices for using ChatGPT effectively. So what are the opportunities we have? We can upload a document and we can get the answer from that. So if you are going to use little model, higher model than this, you can upload a document, create analytics on this. So do you want to make little more easier? I will give you a tool for you. Okay. So another tool we are going to. So adding to this, now there are 3 possibilities. See, there is an answer for this. Can somebody come here? No. Yeah. Slowly scroll up. So I uploaded a document. It has given me some questions. Okay. The first question is, what are some ways in which ChatGPT can be utilized? So it has already given questions for us to ponder into, that is to interfere into that. So you can also ask your own questions also. So what is the question we can ask? What is the best practices? Just practices for using ChatGPT effectively. So it is giving answer from the document, and enhancing it. So even this is possible. Okay. So how many of you think that this really good? How many of you? Can you give claps to this founder, please? Okay. This way it energizes the room. Okay. And now you can also, in the ChatGPT, you can also talk to the ChatGPT. If you're very clear, specific in your thought process, you can talk to ChatGPT with a clear specification or clear words, and it can give you the answer also. So that is called TalkBerry. So that is the one. You can see the fourth one. Yeah, fourth one. And also you can look into Quiz Geeko. So you can get quizzes also, quiz. You can be a quiz master on your own. You can be a quiz master based on any topic. Don't say that it won't understand. It can understand, okay? And now I'll go to the interesting one. What is the one? Yeah, okay. How many of you want to make a presentation and click of a button? How many of you? Oh my God, a lot of people are looking into that. I can give you 16 tools, 16 AI tools. Okay. But now I'm going to give you one. Okay. And I'm going to show you that. Now I'll use this template. Okay. Okay. We can use the sales pitch, something different topic. Okay. Before that, we need to create. Yeah. Okay. We'll create. What is that we need to create now? You want to create a document? You want to create a document? You want to create a PDF? Or otherwise you want to create a presentation? Okay, presentation, how many of you? Can I have a big clap for this? Okay. So obviously somebody will be saying it is supply chain management. So I'll go for supply chain management. So create a presentation on supply chain management. So any other topic, any other words you want to change it from the crowd? Is okay? Or otherwise supply chain consultant. Am I right? Sorry? Supply chain disruption. Okay. Is okay? Disruption. Okay. I need some help from the technology. Okay. Disruption, can I get the spelling correct? Disruption spelling. Disruption. Disruption. Okay. Wait, let it come. So can you see the screen? So how many of you say just 1, 2, 3? Come on. Look at this, guys. It is generating the outline. Just look at it. Okay. Continue. So even it is creating images relate to it just for now. Just for now. Oh my God. It has given you a Superman. Okay. What is that name? Super Chan. What is that? Okay. So I am ready with the presentation now. Even though I don't know supply chain management, I can teach now. Okay. So introduction. Supply chain disruption is a growing concern for the businesses of all sizes. Interesting? Really? Do you want another tool? Okay. So I'll go with this. What are the things it has created? See this. What is a supply chain disruption? And all these images are very new, just created right now. It is not copied from anywhere. So it is all AI, okay? And impact of supply chain disruption and managing supply chain disruption. Conclusion. Wow. Okay. I'll go with, yeah. How many of you can see Google Workspace.lab? How many of you? Okay. Can we automate Google Worksheet? Can we automate Google Worksheet? Okay, how many of you? No energy. No energy. Okay. I go to my account. I'll go to Google Drive. Okay. And now I'll create a new. What is the one thing you want to be, from the Google Doc, okay? We'll just ask artificial intelligence, write it on our Google Sheet, okay? How many of you are excited about this? Okay, look at here. Look at here. Already, I have added that extension Google.lab, okay? Now, if you click on this, help me write. What is that you want? Give me a song. Otherwise, can you help me out? What do you want to artificial intelligence to write? Poem. What is a poem?
Poem on teacher. Teacher. Faculty.
Teacher. You mean teacher? So you'll be met afterwards, I think so. You'll be called very soon. Poem on teacher. So I'm not responsible, please, for this poem. Somebody, may I know your name? Okay, he's responsible for this. Create, come on, look at this. In the Google Drive itself, with the sheet, with the Excel, even in the PowerPoint, we can have a song. Do you want to make it sing? No, it'll take some time, I think so. Okay. So what is the poem? Can you come and read it, please, for me? So you want it badly, okay? Yeah.
A teacher is a guide, a friend, a mentor, someone who can help you find your way in the world. A teacher is a light, a beacon of hope, someone you can show you the path to success. Check. A teacher is a fire, a passion for learning, someone who can ignite your own desire to know. Teacher is a rock, a steady foundation, someone who can help you through the tough times.
This is just now created, not copied from anywhere. Okay? This is here. Thank you. Thank you. So do you want to go for another tool? It is compose.ai. In the Google Sheet itself, there is compose.ai, which works magic the same way. Yeah. Okay, we'll go for another tool called unsummary. So how many of you are excited to see this tool, which can give you a summarize of any book in the world? Any book. So maybe you would have read 10 years back. Maybe any book you have read 10 years back and you are just collecting your thoughts. What is that all about? Okay. Can you say what is the book you want to read? What is the book you want to summarize? Sorry? Mahabharata. It's a very good. So HR group, any HR book, just to type in something.
Prophecies of Nostradamus.
What is that?
Prophecies of Nostradamus.
Next, ma'am. No, in this moment, I don't want that kind of books. We'll go for related HR books, okay? Can you help me with that? HR champions. Yeah. No. Second one. Wait. Second one. HR champions. Yeah. No. HR. Oh, okay. So I didn't see that. Already registered in this. Okay, shall I skip this website? Okay, we can see, but it will take some time to register and all. So don't forget unsummary. Okay, you can summarize any book. So, okay, I'll go for another slide. So how many of you want to How many of you want to create a super meme? Okay. I know that. Hello, check. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So on the lighter side, I just want to create a meme, okay? Meme, or however it is pronounced. What is the meme you want to create? Anybody? AI jobs? Supply chain management? Just type it and just click on generate. It is going to generate something very beautifully. If it is not beautiful, don't blame me. So these are the memes it has created. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So you can go ahead like this. All these are created just in a single click. Okay. Yeah, it's generated like this. And now, do you want your photo to be converted into a live? Do you want to create a photograph which can be live? Okay. I'll just go to this tool and then I'll go for HR tool just to on the lighter moment. There is a tool called Mid Journey. It's by ChatGPT, which can create text to images, a kind of new images created by ChatGPT, text to images. Okay. Now there is another tool called Leonardo AI. So now I'll go for AI image generation. Now for this, I'll take some help from another website called Lexica. Okay. Otherwise, we can go like this itself. Anything you want to create? Anything like Symbiosis building? Otherwise, anything can be. Can I get some answer from the crowd? What is the image you want to create? Any weird thoughts?
College building on the beach.
Oh my God. Okay. Surreal, modern. It won't give you very good picture, I think so. College building near a beach. With flowers? Wait. Okay. I'm going to hit enter. Okay, click on generate. Can we have a round of applause for this beautiful? Okay, satisfied? Message me, I'll send you these images to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, then now coming to the last part of this. So AI is how many of you think that AI is so maybe it is going to be very useful to me? How many of you think that? Okay. So there is a website called GPT AI where you can find all other websites which is coming to the market. So I'm not promoting anything. So don't say that then this is a paid version. So you can go to this website and find out all the tools which are available on this earth, which is emerging tool. Every day there is a new tool which is added to it. You can just go to this website and you can update yourself. Okay. There is a website called, this is an AI tool like the ChatGPT. Yes. How many of you heard this one? Perplexity. How many of you heard this one? Anybody? Okay. It will give citations. That means any kind of research you can do it on this. It will give citations. That means, which means it will give you from which paper, from which page, from where it has got it. Okay. Say for example, what is the answer you want? Ask anything. No poem again. Ask anything. Yeah, metaverse. HR practice. Okay, fingers crossed. Now just hit enter. So who is there in the virtual field? Okay, metaverse. See, look at this. And here, what is the site? These are the citations which is it is generating here. And this one, it will take you to the website from where it has got it. Do you like this? Yes. Okay. Okay. Remaining everything is possible. And yeah. So Slazer is something that you can try it at home. It can remove all the backgrounds of any images if you upload it. Any word is, it can generate a blogs or something like that. Okay. And slides.ai, the same way slides.ai, it can be integrated in the Google Slides. So you need to go to the Google Drive and then you need to add on this. Do you want me to show this? How many of you? If a loud noise, I can show you this. Oh my God. Thank you. What is it? Okay. Google PPT. So here, if you open a Google Slides, okay, the same way Tommy, the same thing TOME does the same thing. Here also, you can find an extension here. How many of you can see this extension? You need to click on add-on extension. You need to click on add-on extension and get add-on. Now, because I have added already, I'm going to straight away to slides.ai. Okay. Now generate slides. So it is asking me, what is the subject you want to generate? Okay. See, please enter any 350 characters for best results. So this is the way. Can you follow this one at home? Okay. I'll go for the next slide. Shall we? I want to go to ChatGPT itself. We'll show the advancement. Okay. So here, as we see, default ChatGPT, by adding a new chant to this one. So there is a paid version in the ChatGPT 4. This is a paid version, and there are a lot more advanced possibilities that can be done from this side. Okay, if you click on this, there is plugins button here, wherein you can add some third-party plugin, and you can even more be productive 10x. I can say 10x. So as we have already done this ask your PDF chat with your PDF, I'll go for the last one tool, which is called Visdolia. I'm searching. There is a website, Visdolia. Yes. Can you see the screen? You need to upload a PDF the same way. You can literally ask questions from the particular, this website. For example, I have there is a research paper on artificial intelligence in human resource management. I'm just uploading that file. So it is going through the document and it is collecting all the answers and questions. It will give you in few minutes, okay? So it is like checking your own knowledge. In this document, you can check your own document answer. What is the role of artificial intelligence in human resource management? What is the role? Can you say something? If you say don't know, it is going to give you the answer. Claps, please, for this. Okay, coming to the end of the session. Now, if I want to Google, if I go to Google and type supply chain management. So some things happen at the right-hand side and the left-hand side. Can you see the board? Can you see the screen? Okay. This is slider. That means even this is also a Chrome extension, which is added into the PDF itself. So here I get a lot of results. Now ask ChatGPT. That means it has collected all the information from this keyword from the websites which has been uploaded by Google, and it has given a summarized one. Okay. Now you can ask even ChatGPT some questions regarding this. Interesting? Okay. So if you get down like this slower, can you see here? What is that you can read out? Can you loud voice from back side? Can you read out loudly? Okay, it is not visible. So what is that? The pink color? It's Merlin. So it is Merlin, a Chrome extension, which can summarize any kind of Google research. So any kind of Google research, it can summarize at the right-hand side. So if you have a laptop, you just need to add it as a Chrome extension and it can give you the result instantly. Okay. Sounds interesting? Okay. Now, at the bottom, you can have a chat with the document. Even you can summarize, it is already summarized, but you can chat with that by clicking on Let's Chat. Look at here. Hi, ask Merlin anything you like. So what is the question we can ask for? All the activities of supply chain management. So it is giving the answer. It's like chatting with the same document or otherwise the research, whichever you have done on the Google. Sounds interesting? Okay, the last one. I'm going to my Gmail. Generalized name, somebody. No, below that. Yeah, I got a mail from maybe 3 days back, July 30, 6 days back. Your inquiry about Data Hack Summit 2023. Hello, Nelson Satya. I am Varsha from Analytics Vidya, and I am writing to you the light of your interest in the upcoming Data Hack Summit 2023. We value your engagement and want to ensure that you are providing with all the necessary information. So thank you, Data Hack Summit. With best regards, Varsha Trivedi. Clear? So I'm going to reply based on this. This is called contextual reply. Look at this. Yeah. Can you see create here? Can you see create? Okay. I just click on that. Yes, I am interested to participate. That's it. I didn't say anything. Participate. Can you see a bar here? Okay. Hit enter. Look at this answer. Slowly. Can you move this one? Come. Can you move a little? Yeah, this is the full screen. Hi, hey Varsha, thank you for reaching out. I am definitely interested in participating in the Data Hack Summit. Sorry for the delayed response. Did I say that I am delayed? 6 days back, I got this email. Just now I replied. It is contextually understanding and replying to the mail. So you must think, what is that in store in the near future for us? Okay, interesting? Okay, can you see? Yeah, even the tone we can change it. Even the tone, positive tone, neutral tone, and negative tone. So let's equip ourselves to learn the new emerging technology. Like, once people will say, world is fastly changing. So there is a saying from Charles Darwin, which says, time is up, right? Okay. So I'm on time. Charles Darwin once said, it is not the strongest and the most intelligent of the species that survive, but one that most adaptable to change will survive. So how many of you are here to change? Yes. So I really thank our principal ma'am, Dr. Vandana, and Yesho Mandira ma'am. Okay. So for having me here, and also I thank student coordinators, Krishna Shmant and Debashis. I want to PPT. The last but not the least, I want to show something interesting. So it's not like, I'm sorry to say, or otherwise, 71% of the employees in AI export jobs are women. So like, customer service management, otherwise, many other accounts. So we need to be very prepared, and we need to expect the change. Okay. And AI export jobs employ a high share of women, bill and account collectors based on this general category. So payroll, timekeeping clerks, executive secretaries, word processor and typists, all these jobs are going to be volatile in this VUCA world. Okay. So, and somebody was telling me, emotionally, if you connect, and then, such technologies are not there, but technologies are already in there now. In Japan, they will hire a companion if they are alone. So how many of you want this companion? It's replica. Okay, if you go to the site, you can see this. So this is the AI generated from an image to a video, sound. So just uploading an image, it has created this kind of hue. It's really, really exciting. How many of you are excited about this? Okay. Now, how many of you watched Avengers? How many of you watched Avengers? Okay, that's great. Now a surprise in store for you. So I'm connecting to YouTube. Not there? Okay, I'll copy paste. If you watch Avengers in 1920s, how it will be? How it be? If you watch Avengers in 1920s film, okay? Look at the surprise which AI is created.
On our thrilling adventure, The Avengers, a band of extraordinary heroes, each gifted with powers beyond the ordinary. During the Battle of New York, our heroes faced an alien invasion. Tony Stark took to the skies, a mechanical marvel in a world of mere mortals. The Iron Magnate, they call him, a testament to the wonders of modern invention. Thor, the dashing deity, summoned the fury of the storm, his hammer crackling with power. A dapper gentleman with a hammer that's mightier than a locomotive. He's got a lightning bolt for every occasion and a hairstyle that could give the flappers a run for their money. And who's this strapping lad? Why, it's Captain America. He's as American as apple pie and twice as wholesome. With his trusty shield, he's ready to sock old Thanos right in the kisser. Ah, the mysterious Black Widow. She's as elusive as a shadow and twice as deadly. Don't let her charm fool you. She's got a kick that can send a man to the moon and back.
Like it?
And let's...
Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Let's check. So the next, do you want to watch another movie? Time is up now. It is Barbenheimer. That means Barbie and a Oppenheimer. How many of you watched this? So, okay. Do you want to play this? Okay. So next one. So it has merged two blockbusters into a
Ladies
one.
and gentlemen, we are in a race against the Nazis. And I know what it means if the Nazis have the bomb.
She's a scientist, and I hear she's the best.
Good.
She's also a doctor.
Excellent.
She's also a flight attendant, astronaut, Marine Corps medic, paleontologist, veterinarian, and three-time Olympic gold medalist.
Okay. Thank you so much. And you can download this from this QR code. And I heartfully thankful for this SIOM. And thank you for all the things. Any questions, please? Any questions, please? So I'm not a chat GPT here. So you can ask me any kind of questions regarding the subject, whichever I.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening, sir.
Very good evening, sir.
I have a question for you. Do you know anyone or any industry is using this software, AI softwares, for projecting their business or departmental progress?
Yes, of course. You know, they are creating content and it can be automated. It is one-time integration we can do. And it can be like, you know, social media promotion, otherwise, you know, campaigning, promotion of the products online.
No, but just for as a department, if I consider, suppose the sales department, they are projecting on the data, what they are having, but this AI software projecting, it is in a right manner. Do you have any knowledge about the comparison between human-based projection and AI-based projection?
Projection can be in the early stage. Okay. What I cannot interpret on that. But the thing is, if you interpret with your own data.
This forecasting, I'm talking about
forecasting. Forecasting at present, it is not maybe in places.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Any questions? 31, slide number. Please. Close this. At last, I am showing this. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We hope the workshop was not only insightful, but also a catalyst for acquiring fresh perspective on the numerous use cases of technology.
It's indeed a pleasure to have Mr. Nelson Satya with us. We would now take a moment to felicitate him with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I would request Dr. Harshad Sonar, Assistant Professor at SIOM, to please join us on stage and do the honors.
We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors. Skoda, our official title sponsor. Tanu's Herbal, our official beauty partner. Baidyanath, our official gifting partner. Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Clovia, our official beauty partner, Amul, our official refreshment partner, Magic Dust, our official gifting partner. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Thank you, sir. We request you to please take your seats and grace us with your attentive presence for the insightful conversation ahead.
Without further ado, let's introduce our topic for the next thought leader keynote of the day.
Shivani, do you know what is the common thing at some of the topmost companies in India?
They bring in seasoned experts and unlock their full potential as leaders and create a dynamic workplace for fostering talent management.
You are right. And to elaborate more on the topic, leadership and talent management, we would like to call upon Mr. Tarkesh Gupta.
An accomplished HR leader with over 25 years of experience in human resources, administration, Salesforce effectiveness, and business process excellence. Mr. Tarkesh is the Chief Human Resource Officer, South Asia at Freshness Kabi. He is a certified life coach committed to fostering the right culture through people, processes, and technology. With pivotal roles in prestigious organizations like Max Bupa Health Insurance, Rockwell Automation India, and Dabur Pharma, Mr. Gupta's keen understanding of human psychology complements his ability to optimize an organization's human capital dynamics.
An alumnus of the renowned International Management Institute, New Delhi, he has also shared his expertise as a guest faculty with the Indian Business Academy, Greater Noida. As an esteemed speaker, he has captivated audiences at the international conferences like the 7th Annual Asian Shared Service and Outsourcing for HR conference held in Singapore. Mr. Gupta's unwavering passion for impactful HR solutions and dedication to organizational excellence makes him an inspiring leader in the ever-evolving landscape of human resources.
It will be 25 minutes of keynote speech followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. Post the session, we would encourage the delegates to ask their questions with a raise of their hands. Without any further ado, I would now request Mr. Tarkesh Gupta to take over the stage and lead us into an exciting session ahead. Over to you.
Good evening. I know it's the last session of the day, right? And thanks, Nelson. I think it was very, very interesting discussion, and I was fortunate to attend your session. Great. And the last session, always a difficult. Am I audible to everyone? Clear? Okay, last session is always a difficult, no, I know. So what we will do, I'll keep it very simple. No technology, no science, right? Keep it very, very simple, more on a human behavior and then the leadership. Make sense? Okay, so before that, let's invite some energy in the room, right? Okay, so what I will do, will this work? Yeah. So may I request everyone to just stand up? And there are 2-3 instructions from my side. And why I requested you to stand up? Because I know that since morning 9:30, 10 o'clock sitting here, right, it makes very, very difficult. At least for me, it's very, very difficult. So it's better to stand up sometimes, right? 2 instructions from my side. Everybody need to close the eyes. And I'll count 1, 2, 3, right? And then I will say, look. So when I say look, you need to turn left or turn right or turn backwards, whichever direction you want. And if the other person is also looking towards you, you just need to loudly say and scream, hey, you are my buddy. Making sense? Understood? So close your eyes. Close your eyes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and look. I could not hear the scream, right? It was not a joy. So we will do once again, right? So close your eyes. Close your eyes. 1, 2, 3, and look. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So just sit down, please. So there is no corporate lesson in this exercise. It was just to energize, bring a lot more energy in the room, right? So don't think that I'm going to give you any gyan here. Okay, so let me make it a little more interesting here. We will make it interactive, right? It's not a one-way kind of a traffic. Said I'm the only person who is speaking, and you are the only poor people listening. It should not be the case, right? Why should I unnecessarily take the burden on me only? So we keep on asking questions to each other. Don't wait for 5 minutes later on given, and then hope I'm having 5-10 minutes extra. Oh, no. So you let me know whenever I need to stop. Okay? So let me ask you a very simple question. I know you have a first-year students, second-year students. Tomorrow you will be getting into the corporate world. So when you get into the corporate world, a question is here. And I'm sure the mics are there. So then few people can actually answer this question. What is your expectations from the corporate or organization, whichever organization you will join tomorrow, in your first stint as management trainee? What you expect from the organizations, or maybe what is there in your dream that when I'll get into the new organization, I'll have to do this, I'll have to do that, I'll have to get that kind of welcome, all those things. Yeah.
Sir, learning.
Anyone?
Sir, learning.
Sorry? Learning? Yeah. You can be a little more elaborative, that lot of learnings. Yeah.
Sir, good work culture.
Good work culture. Yeah.
If we do any mistakes, then they should support us.
They should support. Yeah, of course. What else?
Sir, after completing training, we should expect a good projects.
Good
project.
Good projects. Yeah, there should be a lot of learnings, etc. Right? Okay. Anything else? Last one.
Along with cooperative staff, good amount of salary.
Good amount of
salary.
Salary, yeah,
Yes.
of course.
For which we all are working.
Great. Because end of the day, salary, the money is important, right? Okay. So actually, I was talking to one of the young corporate professional who joined the corporate life a couple of years ago. And then I was asking that when you joined the organization, you came with some expectations, some kind of dreams in your eyes. And then you joined and then spent few months. What really happened? And he has got a friend who joined one organization from this institute only, a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago. Whatever both these people said, I just mentioned here. Okay, because you know that corporate life is slightly different than what is the campus life. Yeah. So what you really get, I think it's, can you help me with this? I don't know where I need to show. Here, here, here. Okay. It's working? Okay. So what you actually get to learn, or what you expect when you join the organization, initially for a couple of weeks, you will find yourself lost in the desert or jungle. Lot many people in the organization, you have nobody to actually talk. People have got their own priorities. But what actually it helps you to learn, it actually primarily helps you to learn with the ambiguity. how to deal with the ambiguity, how to deal with the complexity. Because the world is not ideal, my dear friends. Right? You and me are not ideal. Am I right or not? Nobody is ideal. The organizations are not ideal. A bit of complexity, the bit of ambiguity will always be there, no matter which organization you will go. So just keep this in mind that nobody is going to give you 100% clarity. The next important topic here is that dealing with the difficult conversations. And this is something in my 25 years of experience, I can say with that confidence and conviction that difficult conversation is the most difficult thing people find. Most of the big leaders are not comfortable having a difficult conversation with the people. And this is what the today's requirement, that how to be comfortable with the difficult conversations. People may come back to you and they tell you that, boss, you don't know anything. Don't give me the gyan. You have just come out from the college. All kind of people will be there, right? Sometimes people maybe shout on you because you have not done something which was the expectations. How to deal with those difficult conversations? The irony in our education system is, since childhood, we have been taught to answer certain questions, right? In exams, we have to answer. In classroom, we have to answer. But nobody teaches us how to ask the right questions. And that is the most important in the corporate life, that how to ask the questions. Don't expect that somebody is going to give you the spoon feeding. You would be given buddy, you would be given mentors, but everybody has got their own priority. So spoon feeding, no. You have to find your own ways. Okay. I think this is the most important thing somebody has mentioned to me. When I started my own career also, my boss, my first boss, he told me the next week when I joined the organization, he said that I'm going to push you to the wall. I'm going to push you till the time you start crying. And if you will cry, I will push you further. And that's where the real learning happens. And that's where I have written here that if you are being managed with the soft hands, okay, the soft gloves, you are being managed, you are not being mentored. So be ready with that. The many times you will feel frustrated. And this is what happened with me also. Many times you want to go back to your room and then cry. But this is where the learning happens. Be ready with that. Okay. This is also most important. And then many times in my organization also, we debate a lot that perception are the reality. When I'm standing here, maybe you are making certain perceptions. That may be true, that may not be true. But end of the day, it's a reality. And people are very quick to make the perceptions. And when you enter into the organization as a young management trainee, you need to be very, very cautious about it, that what kind of perception you are actually allowing people to create. It's very easy to create perceptions, but very difficult to change the perceptions. How intense you are coming in when you are getting into the discussions. Are you a serious person or happy-go-lucky person? Right? And I'm not talking about that what is right, what is not right, but a lot depend upon how you come across, and then people create a perception, and then that perception remains for many months or a year, and it's difficult to change that perceptions. And somebody mentioned that a lot of learning, new projects, all those things. Let me just tell you that most of the time, you will not find something new. You will not find something transformative. Okay, it is all about that how you actually do the same process or same task differently and explore the new ways. Maybe people may expect that how you will use the ChatGPT in your day-to-day work, because the people who are working the corporates from the last 5 year, 10 year, 15 year, 20 year, they may not be so maybe knowing about all these things. And this is what the expectations from you guys. And let me just tell you that every time there could be a possibility of some kind of demotivation, some kind of a frustrations, some kind of a disappointments, some kind of a setbacks. because life is not very simple line, right? Sometimes there can be a high value and all those things. The key is that how quickly we get over it, how quickly we can actually move on, dust it off, move on, and it has to be done in the same breath. We have no time. The corporates, the organization doesn't have a time where actually people spend time that, okay, I am disappointed, let me just spend 3 days, 4 days in doing something else. How quickly you come out from all these things. That talks about the strength of an individual and no craving, no helplessness. I come across many people who show the helplessness. I don't know. It is not in my hand. Let's focus on what is in my hand. The craving and helplessness doesn't help. And I will talk more about on this particular topic when I move on in my slides. What do you see here? What do we see here?
So
net practice, right? So this is a net practice. What you are doing here in this institute is a net practice. And then how much time you will spend in the net practice, a lot depends your outcome on the real ground. How much sweating here you are actually doing. How much quality time you are spending? 2 years, everybody is spending 2 years, but how much quality time you are spending? That depends your outcome. The real world is completely different than the net practice. You may be a complete Jnani. You may be a knowledge wizard, but whether you would be in a position to perform in the real world, that makes a difference. And let me just tell you, the real world can be completely different. So net practice, you know your ground, you know your pitch, and many of you, I think, know about the cricket. Yeah. So the net practice, you know your pitch, you know your ground, you know your bowlers, you know everything. But when you get into the real world, the pitch can be very difficult, can be bouncy. Okay, maybe something like that South Africa or Australia pitches. That can be a possibility when you get into the organization. The bowlers you will get can be intimidating, right? With 6.5 feet, with that kind of build. And that can intimidate you guys when you get into the corporate world also. Okay, because somebody coming with the 25 years of experience, 20 years of experience, then you can actually get intimidated with the people. And the bowlers are not kind, let me just tell you. They can throw you lot many bouncers and yorkers, and you know that how to handle those bouncers and yorkers. Right? So it is not kind of a net practice where you can manage the things. And on top of it, crowd can be overwhelming. The situation, the event can take you over. And that's where it is important for all of us to spend as much as time in the net practice, because the real ground is not available. Whatever the real ground is available through the during your internship. And how you take your internship seriously, that makes a lot of difference in your moving forward in your corporate life. Somebody told me, maybe a couple of days ago only, somebody told me that the ecosystem around you, that makes a lot of difference in one's growth, journey, and development. And then I have an interesting experience. So in the month of May, we were actually not in town. We were outside, entire family, for 2 weeks. And month of May in Pune, you know that it's very hot, okay? Harsh weather, I will say. And we have got a lot of plants, small plants in the balcony. So when we came back after 2 weeks, most of the plants were actually getting dried because no water was there for 2 weeks. Nobody was there at home. Okay. Certain plants were actually still kind of there, standing tall. Certain plants getting dried, certain plants kind of almost died. I gave them water, some fertilizer, etc., etc. After a week, what I saw, that certain plants actually not only standing tall, they are actually having a lot more greener leaves. Certain other plants who were almost dried, they also started having the greener leaves. Certain plants not in a position to come up, they were died. And that's where ecosystem for everyone was same. But then different plants reacted differently. There were certain plants who showed much more resilience. There were certain plants which shown a lot of, I would say, the strengths that, okay, today I'm down, let me get some support, and then again I'm coming back. Even the ecosystem in this institute is same for all of you. You have got same teachers, you have got same library, you have got same material, your reading material, everything is same. But different people behave differently, and this is the life, this is the corporate life also. Your personal life, professional life, personal life, this is the way it is. How much resilience you will show, that makes a lot of difference in your life. And this is the need in the corporate life, that whether I'm in a position to come up again, whether I'm in a position to show that resilience and I'm not giving up. And this is what, other than your functional expertise, this is what the key requirement moving on. Let me get into some discussion now. What is your biggest aspiration in life? What do you want to become in your life? Anyone? Yeah.
Hello. In a single word, I would like to be happy.
You would like to be happy. But what will make you happy?
Well, achieving my objective, what I have aimed for. That.
Yeah. So you want some success, you want some money, right?
Not necessarily money.
What?
Like going to a certain place in certain position or giving back to the society, that kind of thing.
Wonderful. Anyone else?
So to be a good leader.
Be a good leader. Wonderful. Anyone else? Anyone else? What are your aspirations? Boss, if you are not having aspiration, what will you do in your life?
Work-life balance.
Work-life balance. Yeah. Work hoga to life balance hoga. Otherwise, where is the work-life balance? Yes, please.
Peace in life.
Sorry?
Peace in life. Peace.
Peace in life. How will you achieve the peace? Do you have a peace today? No. How will you achieve the peace? That's where the problem is. That's where the problem. We know that what we want to aspire, what we want to do in your life, but how do we want to do in that? How we want to do that? That is a big question mark. Just keep whatever your aspirations are there. You just note it down, and we'll come back to you on this topic. It's very, very important topic. But let me just take you to something else. I'll come back to this. A small test, 4 or 5 questions. You have to give answer only in yes or no, right? No mathematical calculation, no scientific formula, no economics, nothing. Okay? So question number 1. Is honesty the best policy? Everybody says yes, right? It's a very simple question. Okay, let me make it a little difficult. Is following traffic rules important? Okay, this is also simple, right? Okay, let me make it a little more difficult now. Is reaching for meetings or classes on time important? No? Somebody said no? No? Nobody saying no? Okay. Okay, let me give one more question to you. Is it good to exhibit kindness or empathy? Oh, everybody is saying yes. Okay. Is it good not to shout or abuse? Yes or no? Is it good to not to shout? Why do we need to shout, right? So yes, okay. Let me have one more question. Do you want to lead a healthy life? Anyone who says that I don't want to lead a healthy life? No? Asha. Last and most important question. Do you know that what we need to do to lead a healthy life? Anyone? Anyone, what we need to do to lead a healthy life? Am I asking a formula for rocket science? No, na?
Exercise and money.
Exercise. Okay. Anyone else? Wonderful. What else? And exercise, of course, it's very, very important. Yeah.
Sir, exercise daily and eat healthy.
Eat healthy. Yeah.
Getting 8 hours of sleep daily.
Getting good sleep. Yeah.
Having a good mental well-being.
Mental well-being, right? Okay.
Getting rid of bad habits.
Sorry?
Getting rid of bad habits.
Getting rid of bad habits.
So managing stress.
Managing stress. We'll come back to this question. Is very, very important because stress is too much nowadays, right?
To live in a healthy environment.
Sorry?
Healthy environment.
Healthy?
Environment.
Healthy?
Environment.
Environment. Okay. We'll get into a discussion that what is healthy environment. But let's not talk this because we have got how many minutes? Still we have got 20-25 minutes, right? Okay, so I think all of you are very intelligent. All you know that what all we need to do to lead a healthy life. I'm asking you a very simple question now, and then I want to answer from this side because these people are little cool and calm. Okay? And on simple question that all these questions are there. And then also the last question that what we need to do to lead a healthy life, exercise, right? Eating healthy, sleep, all those things. How many of you do it every day without fail? Doing exercise, eating healthy, drinking healthy, that is also important, right? Okay, having an 8-hour sleep. How many of you do that? How many of you do it every day? Raise your hands. One person. So only one hand I could see, right? And this is where the challenge, my dear friends. We aspire, I'm coming back to your aspirations. We aspire for moon. We also know the right answers, how to lead healthy life. We have to do exercise, we have to eat healthy, we have to drink healthy, we have to have a peaceful environment, so on and so forth. We all know that, but we don't follow that. Why we don't follow that? This is a topic of human psychology. It's a topic of human psychology, and any other day, we would be more than happy to discuss about it. But that's where the difference here is. Here, you are actually learning, knowing how to manage the supply chain. What is all about the supply chain, operations management, inventory management, and all those things. How to practice that knowledge, that is what doing. We all know that we need to do exercise every day, but we don't do it. And that's where the gap is. We all know that what is supply chain management, inventory management, and all those things, but whether we in a position to do it. My dear friends, you cannot learn the swimming by sitting on the outside the pool. You have to jump in. You have to do it. You have to wake up early in the morning, 6 o'clock, and go out for doing exercise. Then and only then. I also want to have a 6-pack. But I'm sitting in my bed. Do you think I will get a 6-pack? Of course not. And this is what I want to have. I want to reach to a greater height. I want to become a CEO of the organization. I also know that what I need to do to become a CEO, but whether I'm doing it. And this is my simple advice, request to each one of you, that doing is much more important than the knowing. Knowing is everything is available on the chat GPT or maybe Google. You ask a question and you will get every answer. And that's where our professor ma'am was talking. He said that everything you will get on the chat GPT, but whether you know the application, whether you know the interpretation, whether you are in a position to imbibe everything, you can make the presentations. And that's what makes a difference. My favorite topic. We all want to become a leader, right? Nobody says that I don't want to become leader in my own area. Quickly, anyone can tell me what is leadership? What is leadership? In your own words, in one line. I don't want. Can we go to this side?
Hello.
This side. Can we go to this side?
Taking responsibility.
Taking responsibility. Wonderful, sir.
Lead a group of people.
Lead a group of people. Yeah.
Setting path and guide the team.
Setting
the path and guide the team.
Setting the path and guidance. Yeah.
Managing team.
Managing team. Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah. Last one.
Guiding and working with the team.
Guiding and working with the team. Wonderful. 5 minutes to go. Wow. Okay. Let me just quickly go through. So if you actually Google it, you will come to know. There would be many definitions about the leadership, and I will not go through all these things. Okay. Leadership is action, not the position. Team player, all those words. But actually, last month I was talking to a few people in the similar setup. And then these are the keywords which emerged when I was talking about the leadership. Okay. So I will not get into detail, but I'll keep it very simple, my dear friends. And I have got a very limited time, so I'll rush it through. For me, leadership is not all about all these things. Even at your level, when you are studying, you can exhibit the leadership. Keep it very simple. Don't make it complex. And the few things which I mentioned here. Leadership is when you become self-aware. What do we mean about it? If I ask each one of you that describe yourself, what are your strengths, what are your improvement areas, many of us will struggle. I was interviewing one professional with 20 years of experience. And when I start talking about that self-awareness, and I found that many people, even after 20 years of experience, struggle. They're not aware about themselves. Either people overrate themselves, they feel that they can do anything and everything, 70% of times. And 5-10% people are very, very self-critical. They underrate themselves. Only 20-25% people are there who are self-aware. And then self-awareness is the first step of the leadership. And spend time on understanding that what are your strengths, what are your improvement areas. If you know that you can play well bouncers, you know that you can play well the cover drive, then and only then you can handle the situations. But if you don't know, then it becomes difficult. When you ask relevant questions, and then I again repeat the same words, asking questions is an art. It is not everybody's cup of tea. When I actually ask people, then only few people answering or asking the questions. It is not everybody's cup of tea. Please develop habit of asking questions. One of the management trainee came to me and then he said that I'm here from the last 1 month and I'm completely confused. When I go to my manager, I don't get the right answers. And I asked him that what is the question you are asking to your manager? And he said, I'm asking him that how can I help you? Right? What are my KRAs? And I don't get the right answers. Because he said that, okay, no problem. You cannot, not necessarily you take the pain, or maybe he will give you a very mundane job to you. But when you ask the question that what is the 1 or 2 pains you have got? What is keeping you awake in the night? You get the answers that what are my pains? And then you get into the discussion and say that how can I reduce your pain? You are asking the same question. Only thing that you are using the different words that makes a lot of difference. And one of the favorite story, which I keep on telling to everybody, the 2 people fighting with each other, that whether smoking and praying can be done together. 2 people fighting with each other, and one person say, no, it cannot be. The other person says it can be. So they could not reach to the solution. They reached out to the priest. Well, let's go to the priest and find the answer. So when priest said that you come one by one, priest was sitting in the room and he said, you come one by one, don't come together. One person went inside, came out smilingly. Other person went inside. After 2 minutes, he also came out smiling. Again, they started fighting. Well, the priest said that you are right. The priest said, you are also right. So they said, what did you ask? He said, I asked that whether it is right to smoke while praying. And the priest said, no, it is not right. When you are praying, then you do pray. Then the other person asked that, okay, what did you ask? He said, I asked that whether it is right to pray while smoke. And he said, is it right? Praying can be done anywhere, anytime. What is wrong in this? And this is where the ask of asking the right questions, the art of asking the right question. And that makes a lot of difference, my dear friends. And leadership is also when you don't need reminders. If you need reminder, if you have a boss who needs reminder, constant reminder, would you like to call him as a leader, great leader? Then why do you need reminders? When you stop procrastinating, I'm talking about very small things that makes a lot of difference in your leadership journey. And I'm not getting into the too many stories here. When you follow rules, rules are there to follow, not to break. If you are not happy with the rules and you find that rules are actually creating the roadblocks, then see that how you can change the rules. That makes a difference. When you move from like to love, I say that I like my job. And when I say I love my job, what is the difference? There is a difference, a lot of difference. And all of you are heavily on social media, right? If you like something, you say thumbs up. When you actually love some article, then what you say? You write comments. And that's where the difference in. That whatever you do, whichever organization you are, whatever the role and responsibility are there, when you move to loving it, okay? When you show courage to get into uncharted territories, maybe in 2018 or 19, I think, and I'm HR head of the organization, right? My boss asked me, Tarkesh, why don't you handle Pakistan business? Because the person was getting retired. And without giving a second thought, I said yes. Never handle the business, right? But do you have a courage to get into uncharted territories? And that's where the reward is. How you are coming out from your comfort zone. I've been doing this day in, day out from the last 20 years. And I'm so comfortable with that. And then suddenly one day my boss said that, that you have to handle this. Yeah. So do you have that courage? COVID times, and you know, we are a healthcare organization. We have to run the plant. There was no other option. And then how to ask people to come to the plant? Everybody was scared. Not many cases were happening in first wave, second wave, and etc., etc. Many people got infected with the COVID. Many people were not keeping well, and it was very difficult to call the people. And that's where we decided that as a leader, we have to be there, the plant at every day, no matter what happens. And that's where the entire organization came. And then we were in a position to run the plant without stopping even for 1 minute. Entire COVID 2 years. So thank you so much. I have to add here, last one slide, I will run through. Okay, I will not get into the detail. Quickly, I'll take you to the I think I pressed too many times. Can we go back? Last topic. many times I come across people talk about a lot freedom nowadays. And then also there are certain laws, freedom to speak, freedom to wear, and then all those things. And then many times youngsters, right? They also talk about a lot about the freedom. But my only sincere advice to all of us, I would say, that freedom is very, very important, and we have to have a freedom, but the discipline is also at the same time very, very important. And I'll give an example that when train runs within the track, there's a discipline of train. Train runs within the track is a beautiful, right? It can reach to any speed, 100 km per hour, 200 km per hour, 350 km per hour, and so on and so forth. But the minute the discipline is not there of train, what will happen? If it's outside the track, what will happen? What will happen? If the train is outside the track, what will happen? Accidents. And that's where the discipline that running the train within the track is very, very important. And the river, beautiful sight when it flows, no matter how fast it is, right? When within the banks. When it breaks the banks, what will happen? Destruction, floods. When the kite is flying and then connected with the thread, beautiful. But when the thread is not there, it's disconnected, then what happens? There is no story of kite. You don't know where it will go. And I tell to my daughters also that you can fly as much as high you can fly, but always connected with the threads. And this is what for all youngsters, for all of us, including me, I'm also very young nowadays. Yeah. That discipline is very, very important. You can have a freedom, but at the same time, the discipline. And that's what actually makes a difference in your corporate life when you move up. And the last, which I will talk about, if it works, your degree is just a piece of paper. Your education's seen in your behavior, how you behave. And then my funda is very simple. I keep on interviewing many people. Day in, day out, I do that. I can compromise on the skills. I'm not bothered which institutes you are. If you are in a position to prove during the interview process that you have got a right attitude and behavior, if you got a learning agility, I can spend time and make you learn certain things, but the agility has to be there, and that makes a difference. And the last thing is that we attract what we are ready for. If you are ready for promotion, you will get a promotion. No matter what's happening around. If you are ready for a good placement, you will get a good placement. We actually aspire for all those things, but we are not spending time to make ourselves ready. And this is what I call it a leadership. Everything will happen if you are ready for that. You attract the good proposals, right? Even for the marriage, if you are make yourself ready for that. Great, thank you very much. Questions?
Hello, sir. My name is Apurv. I am from operations batch. Thank you for insightful session, sir. We talked about leadership and talent management. So I'm very much curious about to know that in this competitive ecosystem, how the organizations are behaving in mapping talent mapping.
So I was having one slide, but I could not show that slide, but I can explain to you. That talent, you sit down, please. Talent is always in a short supply. Let me just tell you. I'm telling you, and when I keep on talking to my people also in my organization, people come and then say that there is a lack of opportunities within the organization because we are delayering. And I'll say that I have issued 100 IJPs, and then on 20 IJP, nobody has applied. And in 20 cases, I could not get any internal talent. I had to go outside. We are known in the industry to develop people and then also give opportunity inside the organization. By 70% managerial recruitment, we do through the internal sources only. So we have got a very, very well-established system, right? And then the overall assessment is there. So assessment is there on digital. how good you are on the technology side. Because we want to take to the organization to the next level. Your functional assessment is there, how good you are in your functions. Your behavioral assessment is there in terms of your behavior and alignment with the organization values. So we are very clear in the organization that if your value system is not aligned, you will not move further in the assessment process itself. The first level is that whether your value system is actually aligned with the organization or not. So we have got a very well-established automated system. And then finally the BEI, behavioral event interview, which is also being done by the internal trained assessors. The good part is that the minute you come out from the BEI room, in 3 minutes, you will get your report. It's a complete transparent, digitalized, and then very quick. So this is what the system we focus a lot. The entire year we focus on the talent development process. Does it answer to your question, my dear friend? Any other question? Yes, yes. You wanted to ask something? No?
Hello, sir. Thank you for the session, sir. My name is Parikshit Jagtap from ON 2325 batch. So, sir, recently you must have seen that many young professionals which are joining directly from the colleges are getting a big post and responsibility right from the starting of the career. Whereas the people who were joined previously, they had to work for more than 5 years, 10 years, and then they get the higher position. So I want to know your perspective that how talent management or the HR is handling this work culture differences for both the old and the new employees.
Good, thank you very much. Sit down, please.
Thank you, sir.
So if you really ask my personal opinion, I strongly believe it is not the number of years of service. It is the value you bring on the table, right? If you are doing same job from the last 5 years versus somebody doing maybe 5 different jobs in the last 1 year or 2 years, who is more valuable to me? And that communication is very clear that how much wide and the different experience you get in the organization, that makes you more valuable. It is not about the number of years of experience. Any other question?
Hello, sir. My name is Indranil Roy Chaudhary. I'm from OM 2325 batch. Thank you for the valuable insight, sir. Sir, my question is that sometimes you work very hard in the organization, but your manager is not rewarding you, or you are not being in the front picture.
You are not?
In the front picture, like when the appraisal comes.
So all the credit goes to your manager?
No, all the credit goes to employees which are not actually, manager is not saying, because when I was working from home, so in the appraisal process, I was not rewarded, but the rating was given high at that time. So at what time, how you handle the stress? Like, should we leave the organization or should we sustain that position?
Okay. Sit down, sit down. So you are talking about the stress, or you are talking about that how to get the right stress?
Yeah.
Okay. So 3 elements of the stress, and many people ask me that how you actually manage the stress. And I said, I don't manage the stress. I keep the stress away. So I don't allow stress to come inside my room. 3 things, and I always tell to everyone, including the new joiners in my organization. One thing is that you need to be master in your function, in your role. So work hard to create a mastery on that. When you create a mastery, right, your communication will automatically be improved. So if I'm not good in my function, if I stand here, I will be tentative. So your functional mastery, your communication, because you might have got a good idea, but if you are not in a position to articulate well and communicate to your seniors, communicate to your peers, communicate to your juniors, is of no use. Hence, communication is very, very important. How you communicate, how you articulate, how you make inferences of the data, analytical ability, how you read between the lines, that actually gives you a lot of leverage. That actually gives you a lot of visibility. And third element is, which is whether you are a junior most or be the senior most, It equally important for all of you is a people management. The most of the stress happens when we are in a position, we are not in a position to manage the people. If I'm not in a position to manage my boss, I will be in stress. If I'm not in a position to manage my people, team members, I will be in stress. If I'm not in a position to manage my spouse, I will be in stress. If I'm not in a position to manage my kids, I will be in stress. And that's where we need to learn how to actually manage. And then only one thing which I've learned in my life, asking the right questions. Whenever you are getting into the conflict with your boss or your peers, or maybe with your team members or a spouse at home, you have to have an ability to ask the right question. Once you develop that ability, you will be in a position to manage stress very well. This is what my experience. Yeah. No more questions.
Thank you, sir, for addressing all our queries. It gives a new perspective to our thoughts in terms of the live examples, real life examples that you gave. Allow me to take a moment to thank the audience for their insightful and intelligent questions. It is an absolute honor to host Mr. Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Dr. Vandana Sonavne, Director at SIOM, on the stage to felicitate Mr. Tarkesh Gupta with a memento as a token of our gratitude.
We are also delighted to present goodies from our sponsors. Skoda, our official title sponsor, Tanu's Herbal, our official beauty partner, Baidyanath, our official gifting partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Clovia, our official beauty partner, Amul, our official refreshment partner, Magical Dust, our official gifting partner. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I kindly request you to take your seats. I now call upon the convener of HR Summit 2023 Nashik chapter, whose exceptional organizational skills helped run the HR Summit smoothly. Her undying dedication was instrumental in bringing together such an insightful event and making it a seamless and enjoyable experience for all attendees. I invite Ms. Andrella Day to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. They say celebrate endings, for they bring new beginnings. Probably this end will also bring something new at SIOM. But honestly, standing at this podium and delivering the vote of thanks speech feels surreal. I remember the inception of this event, HR Summit 2023, happened on 4th of May, 2023. We were all occupied with our internships, but each and every member of the team had this immense zeal to contribute to the massive event. I'm truly overwhelmed with an immense sense of gratitude towards everyone present here for making the HR Summit 2023 a grand success. First and foremost, I would like to thank the esteemed keynote and panel speakers who accepted our invite, graced the occasion, shared their insights, and inculcated curiosity within us. Thank you, Nelson, sir, for gracing the event with your presence and imparting us with such an insightful session. Many thanks to all the professionals who graced the two-day occasion as our esteemed delegates, for taking out time from their busy schedule and attending the summit. I'm certain you all must have gathered great insights from the sessions. I would also like to express our gratitude to our generous sponsors, without whom this event would not have been possible. Big thank you to Dr. Vandana ma'am for trusting us with this big responsibility and being the guiding light throughout. We tried our best. We don't know how much justice we could have done, but we tried our best. Thank you would be a very short word, but still, thank you, our faculty and head corporate relations and placements, Dr. Yashomandira ma'am, for holding our hands, showing us the way, and walking us along while having our back always. Thank you to all our faculty members for your kind help and providing valuable guidance and feedbacks. Special mentions to Manisha ma'am for working with us hand in hand always. I would also like to extend our gratitude to our campus admin, Colonel Su sir and his team, our administrative officer, Rajesh sir, Sami sir, for their continued support. Thank you to our IT head, Mahesh sir, for helping us with live streaming and IT support. Special mentions to the accounts department for working and supporting us whenever we needed them. Thank you, Sandeep Dada, Sunil Dada, Vinod Dada, and everyone for their never-ending support. I'm grateful to all the student-run committees and clubs at SIOM who answered the call, trusted the vision, and joined hands in transforming the first floor into a beautiful reality that exhibits the journey of a student at SIOM. Thank you. Thank you to all our partners and service providers who helped us with logistics, printing, audiovisual and IT setup, venue decoration, and of course, the delicious food. Thank you to both the senior and junior of both OM and AOM for their diligence, active participation, and being an amazing audience throughout the session. And now, I would take this moment to thank the team. The dream team comprising of 8 verticals, programs and events, registrations and invitations, logistics and hospitality, venue, IT and infra, exhibitions, CompR, and sponsorship. I would especially like to thank the decorations team, comprising of all the junior and senior volunteers who worked hard to bring our creative ideas to ornament this show. This team of volunteers had immense passion to give life to this place. I would also like to thank the CompRing team for the smooth execution of the event. As Yashomandira ma'am rightly mentions every time, they are the showstopper, and truly they have the ability to make and break the event. I'm really grateful on how efficiently they conducted the event. I would also like to thank all the junior placecomers for supporting us and being there for us whenever we needed them. Special mentions to all those people who were never in the forefront, but had always had our back, hold us whenever we fell, whether emotionally or physically. The entire team had put immense effort, piece by piece, to solve this huge jigsaw puzzle named hrsummit. They have burned the midnight oil in building this beautiful picture into what it is today from the scratch. I believe this event has set a new benchmark for the events to follow. With that being said, I would like to take this opportunity to call upon the stage all the vertical heads who were basically the support system behind the success of this event. Starting with the programs and events vertical head led by Shaurita Banerjee and Prathamesh Ratolikar for designing the event theme and onboarding such illustrious speakers. Registrations and invitations vertical led by Krishna Sumant and Devdarshini Hota for leaving no stone unturned in inviting esteemed delegates to this event. Logistics and hospitality vertical led by Mihir Gaikwad and Rupanshi Rastogi for seamlessly managing the entire event and hospitality of speakers and managing the corporate venue. Venue and IT infrastructure vertical led by Harshal Desale, Vijayalakshmi Hiremat and Rohit P for taking care of venue, food and tech side of the event, right from website design to audio visuals, light and venue management. Exhibitions vertical led by Ankita Sanke for exhibiting all the committees and clubs and giving us a flavor of life at SIOM. Sponsorship vertical led by Ashutosh Dheple and Aditya Kahare for bringing on board such wonderful set of sponsors without whom the event wouldn't have been possible. Communications and public relations vertical led by A. Suraj and Saurav Singh for their endless support in designing and creating engaging marketing content and branding. Ankesh Singh for mentoring the entire comparing team who smoothly executed the entire two-day event flawlessly. And last but not the least, Pratik Ranjan, the convener of Delhi chapter of HR Summit 2023, who was there throughout, who handled all the back-end operations efficiently and effectively. Honestly, at times, it felt he was more enthusiastic about Nashik than me. However, he'll be the primary torchbearer for the Delhi Summit. With this, in the humble capacity of the convener of Nashik HR Summit 2023, I, Oindrila De, on behalf of the entire HR Summit team, would like to conclude the Nashik chapter of the 15th edition of HR Summit, only to be back with a bang on 9th of September at Delhi. Thank you.
I request the entire team to please. I request the entire team to please stay on the stage. First, I would like to thank Ondrela for the exceptional efforts in bringing this event to fruition. We request Honorable Dr. Vandana Sunavne, Director at SIOM, and Dr. Yashamandara, Head of Corporate Relations, to please join us on the stage to capture this beautiful moment with the team.
I request all the HR Summit team members, please kindly join the stage with us. We'll capture this moment.